Yeah, we on. We on deck. This is your boy JG. This is the Punch Report. As you come in, please be so kind. Hit that like button, hit the subscribe button, hit the bell icon for notification. 2023, the first card of the year of significance. Gervonta Tank Davis takes on Hector Luis Garcia in a precursor to a bout with potentially Ryan Garcia. So we'll let some time pass, let it fill in. Let me get situated. I see a couple captains filing in here now. Go ahead and hit that like button. Let's get it popping. I will be covering the entirety of this Showtime card. Right now, I'm looking at Brian Custer. He's giving that real. It's going to be an exciting evening as more time passes and individuals file into the chat. We will have additional commentary about predictions, what outcomes mean, and just the overall state of boxing. You know, it's today's January 7th, Saturday, obviously, and it's exciting to have a good card. I'm definitely looking forward to that. Looking forward to covering this one and having fun with you guys and gals who join. So shout out to each and every one of you who end up making it in here, because none of this is possible without you. They got the call. They got Abdur Mares. Shout out to him. He got to stay wearing shades because his eye is crazy looking. But as you guys come in, do me a favor. If the audio was good, just put a 1 in the chat. I'm just getting some things situated. Shout out to my man Al Bernstein. He out here. Let's go. Gervonta Tank Davis, Hector Luis Garcia, main event of the evening. Currently, they're covering the weigh-in. Tank Davis looks good. He weighed in at 134 pounds, 134 ready pounds. For those who don't know, Hector Luis Garcia is coming up in weight to challenge for the regular WBA title, up from 130, where he's currently a champion himself. If you want to talk about the rest of the card, I mean, this is why you buy pay-per-view. This is why you go ahead and spend the money at the end of the day for cards like this, because they don't come around often, or you might get fed something top heavy. I'm not going to buy every pay-per-view that comes out, but what I would tell you is this. I will be buying the ones where the card is stacked. You got Drawn Ennis as your co-main, Karen Karan, Chukhasian, Speedy Ellis, Roman Villa, Demetrius Andrade making his much anticipated debut off of obscurity from DAZN. Shout out to DAZN against Desmond Nichols. Now, what's crazy is Showtime doesn't care about anybody. I just watched the whole press conference yesterday. You guys can't get a photo of Villa and Desmond Nicholson up here after all the pictures and video we took. We just got them with the little avatar, the little gray avatar joint. Man, let's go. Brenda McDonald in the building. Shout out to Brenda. You know what it is. Welcome to the chat. First to comment. So I'm assuming the audio was good, because it's hard to go back and forth between the little. Oh, okay, we good on the audio. Shout out to Brenda McDonald. I wanted to get in nice and early so I can give individuals opportunities to file in. But now that Brenda is here, question for you, Brenda. Do you anticipate anything out of the ordinary taking place on this card based on what you know about the fighters taking place in the main event? Hazmat Hazmat Shemaev is in the building, bootleg style. He said he'll kill everybody. I believe him. Um, Shocking. I covered MMA 2 years ago and it didn't catch fire. But if you guys are in here, you're listening to the sound of my voice, you got an MMA question, I definitely got you covered. Fake Hazmat Chumayev, shout out to you. It's crazy that you can't get a fight between 170 and 185. That's crazy to me. You really that dude. So the Nicholson energy, yeah, I saw the press conference, and I really appreciate what he had to say from the perspective of why are we talking about Rashidi Ellis? Why are we talking about Errol? Why are we talking about Crawford? Why am I talking about the 47-pound division? Let's just talk about disrespect generally. Potential bouts that people are proposing to Demetrius Andrade when he has a guy with a high knockout ratio, I think one loss in his opposition. And there's been a long layoff, and I don't think that the zone, the overall the zone, their roster, their stable, who they have available to fight in those divisions, 60, 68, East being 54, I don't think they're that great. So you're on a Showtime card. It's a Tank Davis card, so it's going to be all eyes on. We got to see what Demetrius Andrade can do. And if he comes out here and get caught slipping, then everyone will say, see, I told you so. You weren't really ready for the big dogs. And if anything, that's a motivating factor. If I'm a guy like, hold up, my man Hazmat Chimaev, he's going hard. Yeah, you're gonna be on a short leash. Shout out to the UFC. Shout out to Dana White. He out here, he reckless, slapping his wife up. Um, but I think that's a good call, and that doesn't shock me. I think that Andrade's style sometimes is so loose and out there, it's hard to tell if he's in control or he's guessing. And if he gets caught slipping by a guy who's a big puncher, athletic, and has good physical prowess, he might get caught slipping. They currently have the fight card up. Demetrius Andrade, Nicholson, Ellis Villa, Ennis, Chukhasian, and then Gervonta Tank Davis, Hector Luis Garcia. Shout out to you, Hamza. I know no one can stop you. Get those belts, G. You got to do it. Hit up Dana. Dana got love for you. Dana got love for you. You're going to be all right. For the individuals in the chat, if you are able to, go ahead and put a 1 if the audio is okay. Shout out to Brendan. She already checked the box, but if you could be so kind, throw a 1 in there. Lets me know the audio is popping. It's looking and sounding good. And now we just got to wait and see. Yeah, but this is the thing. So shout out to Brendan McDonald. And is fighting another. Who the fuck? Shout out to McGregor. Is that guy for 30-0 with no names on his record. And thank you for that 1 again. I'm just gonna take your word for it. We're good to go. I definitely agree with you, but what I would say is this: when you get these opportunities, if you're a Jaron Ennis, then it can't go more than 3 rounds. If you're that guy and we don't respect this dude, if he we don't know where he's from. He's from the Ukraine, but most casuals or passive observers don't know who he is. It's Jaron Ennis' responsibility to go out here and dispatch this individual in a very timely manner. That means 1 to 3 rounds, and I'm being crazy with the 3 because I did a video, I broke it down. I said 2 rounds. This dude should come in, be a heavy bag, get destroyed, and get up out of here. And Jaron Ennis is so confident, and he has a high level of belief in his power and his ability. I have confidence that he's going to go ahead and put his foot on the gas and do damage. Do we have to like the opponent? I definitely understand the criticism, but when you get a softball, you got to hit it out of the park. Because where my criticism will come in is if we see this guy who nobody knows is checked for. I only started studying him because of Jaron Ennis. So if you see a guy that you're unfamiliar with, and I go do the tape and I say, well, he cool, he a pro, so I don't want to disrespect. But you look at the buzz surrounding a guy like a Jaron Ennis, My expectation is you dispatch of individuals who are not worthy of being in front of you. That is my expectation for Boots Ennis. Anything other than that, then I'll be heavily critical. Don't talk about Terrence Crawford. Don't say anything about Errol Spence and Big Fish and all this other stuff. You got to get rid of dudes like Karen. You got to do it. Now, what onus falls on? What onus falls on fighters not wanting to put themselves in a position to potentially get beat by a guy? Look at the odds for Davis. For Davis Garcia, there it's minus 800 or plus 800 minus 1600. That's lopsided AF, but it's appropriate. Desmond Nichols look like Nicholson might be a problem. He coming in, he looked like he work out in the street somewhere. Shout out to my man Demetrius Andrade. He moved up. This is a closer bout, plus 1200 minus 3500. Shaded towards Andrade. Yeah, those are long shot odds, but they're not crazy like the Davis Hector Luis Garcia fight. And for those of you who are coming in joining, just FYI, I will not have the audio playing of the call. If anyone else is tuning into my stream and also watching the fight, let me know, because one thing I like to do is when I call the fight, I break down the rounds. Sometimes I'm dead on with the commentary or the unofficial scoring, but other times they have some crazy shit going, and I'm like, what fight are you guys watching? So my man he's going hard. Fake Hamza Chimaev. This tank brother, I like him. He finished all his fights, not fake. The Kobe guy run to the guy. Hey, that's fact. Kobe Covington does run to the cops. But if you get beat up outside a restaurant, I guess, if you want to utilize your right to contact law enforcement, I don't know. And you already beat the dude in the fight in Masvidal, whatever. Dana's not slapping nobody but his wife. G, you're going to be just fine. I shouldn't have said that. I'm going to edit that. When this is done, I'm editing that out, the video. Oh, and shout out to you also, Brenda. It's good to have one or two people who are listening to the call. And the other thing I like is that you see for the first bout, and I think Andrade's he's a quality fighter, good notoriety. Maybe he's not observed by the casual fan, but they skipped the ring walk for this first bout. They told Andrade, we just gonna just pan to you in the ring. Look at my man, he got the demon back. He's ready. He's yoked up. He look in shape and he look motivated. He does not look like he's overwhelmed by the bright lights. I can't wait to call this fight because he got a fencing mask on. My man Demetrius Boo Boo Andrade has a fencing mask on. That's going to be his next endeavor if boxing doesn't work out. But I know he got broke off by DAZN, so he could probably dip at any point in time. She said she had it coming. So, we made a couple of jokes about Dana. Shout out to Brenda McDonald. She said wifey had it coming, getting smacked up in Cabo. That's crazy. You listen, I'm not condoning and co-signing. No, don't hit anybody. Nobody hit anybody outside of sanctioned bouts by athletic commissions. And there's a purse involved. And I'm not talking about what you carry. I'm talking about a bag. Let's go. Let's see what it is. I'm excited. I put a big question mark over Boo Boo Andrade because I think his competition has been a little lackluster. It's good to see him on the Showtime card. There's a lot of eyes on this. Well, my eyes are on this. And let's just go. Currently, they're highlighting the fact that Nicholson has a 44-inch reach almost over Andrade. I don't think that matters at the height of the sport. I'm not mad at that. I offer no argument. I offer no argument. Shout out to them. All is fair in love and war at the club in Cabo. Yo, this is comedy. I'm saving all these messages from Fake Hamzat Chimaev. Because my man is comedy. Shout out to DC, by the way. Let's go. So the first bout of the evening is indeed upon us. Shout out to Jimmy Lennon Jr. getting the call on. I'll turn it up a little bit. Let me see what they say. They are immediately going to demonetize this video. Let me go and turn it down. Stop playing games. This is your boy JG. This is the Punch Report. If you're coming into the chat just now, please be so kind. Hit the like button, subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so already. I will be providing live commentary of the Gervonta Tank Davis, Hector Luis Garcia card. Typically, I have covered main events only for particular cards, but it's 2023, January 7th. This is a pretty big card. Names from top to bottom. Best opposition, it could be questioned, sure. But these are guys that we want to see in action so we can make determinations based on those observations, who they are, what they are, and what we want to see next. Some of it's obvious, some of it isn't. To the casual observer, you will be introduced to new names and faces. One right there on your screen. My man, Desmond Nicholson. 26-4-1, 22 knockouts, so 4 losses, but an incredible knockout ratio. I think this is a picture-perfect opponent for Demetrius Andrade because you're going to sink or swim. He's going to put enough pressure on you and have enough pop to make you respect him. And if you really are that guy, undefeated champion, 54-60 now, 68, we got to see what it is. So let's go. I think if he looks questionable, he's not done. Another fight, Boo Boo Andrade, that is, he gets another opportunity on a Showtime event and then looks kind of questionable, like, then I'll co-sign. But even his style, like, I don't know. I don't even know how to explain it. The shit is questionable. It's just a different deal. He's one of the most unique fighters in the sport today. And I guess that's what makes him a challenge. You see my man just get left hanging on some dap. Shout out to him. Combatants come to the ring, the center. You get the official on the call, give him the final instructions. Let's go. The time is now. Demetrius Boo Boo Andrade takes on Desmond Nicholson. Unknown, unheralded, incredible knockout ratio, 4 losses, 26 victories, I believe, or 24 victories, 22 by way of knockout, somewhere in there. But now the time for talk is over. Exciting press conference. I'm not mad at it at all. Some final instructions here. I don't know if they're having an issue with the ring. I want to kind of turn this up, but I don't want to get jammed up. All right, let's go. Well, Andrade said, I'm just tackling people. So that's an interesting approach from Andrade. Trying to gain or earn respect right away over Nicholson. Nicholson with a wide stance, good power, closes the distance, ties up. And the ref has got to figure out what he wants to do. Break up quick or let them make it happen. Now both guys are settled in. After about 30 seconds of craziness, both guys have settled down. And we're going to see what's what. Nicholson is definitely a physical freak. Good hand speed by Andrade on that 1-2 or 2-3 to the body, excuse me. Extra. See, the ref has, see, I told y'all, the ref is not being timeout. Oh, is he bleeding? Hold up. Okay, disregard. Back to the center of the ring. Andrade looks loose. Nicholson a little tighter. Waiting, maybe trying to set a trap. Shot to his shorts. He got the kneecaps out, though. Good left hand by Andrade. Andrade looks more comfortable. He looks like he has the opportunity to find the range a little bit more. Nicholson has his right eye closed, overhand right by Andrade as he closes the distance. Nicholson's eyes bother him, but I'm not sure what happened. Maybe it was that clash heads earlier. Let me go and turn this bullshit off. Not a lot happening per se, but what I would tell you is that Andrade is definitely dictating and controlling what's taking place in this ring. And right now, Nicholson's looking like an opponent and not a name. Thank you. Headbutt causes damage, but right now, Andrade is taking over in this fight, and he looks actually really sharp. Good inside uppercut there. Trying to work to get his hands free. Good left hand of the body. Good right uppercut by Andrade on the ropes for Nicholson. Nicholson's not a whole punk right now, but he's not getting a lot done in the spaces where he has opportunities. Gorgeous uppercut again by Andrade. He takes one half step back. He throws that left hand. It lands clean on the inside. Now they're in the clinch. Pummeling for position on the inside. Ref breaks it up half-ass like he's been doing this whole time. Good straight left hand by Andrade. Oh, another lead uppercut by Andrade. That's landing consistently. Oh my God. I'm going to get you in there. I got you, fake Hamzat. That was a rear uppercut. Different perspective. One thing I noticed about Andrade, his hand speed is definitely up. Shout out to him. Yeah, so the uppercuts are crazy. And you saw at the end of the round how Andrade switched up the uppercut. He looks very sharp. He looks very sharp. You see my man with his eyes closed on the replay? You smiling and cheesing. That's why you got blasted over the top with the right hand. Yo, this dude's an opponent. Shout out to Showtime. Shout out to Showtime. This dude is not here to win. He gets caught by the jab. Overhand shot almost goes down. So if you fight Sofek Hamzat, Bilal Muhammad, I think that's a good fight for you. You win. I actually think Cannonier and Bilal are good fights for you. Cannonier is a physical freak, and you could get knocked out. You got caught a lot by Gilbert Burns by some stuff you probably shouldn't have got caught by. Not saying you'd make that mistake again, but both those fights are winnable because you have limited grappling and overall wrestling between those two combatants. Back to this joint. Center of the ring. Once again, Demetrius Andrade, Desmond Nicholson. I gave the first round to Andrade, just cleaner, better work. Nicholson, he comes in with a high guard, so he doesn't offer a lot of defensive variety, and he's actually getting fucked up. Excuse my language, but that's actually happening right now. It doesn't look like much right now, but Andrade has complete control of this bout. He just hit him with a clean 1-2, sweeping left hand, and just the way that Desmond is responding to the attacks that are coming in, he's not throwing his jab anymore. He's actually not even attempting to mount offense. Demetrius Andrade at this point has a sparring partner in front of him, and what he needs to do is just set up his attack, utilize a little more feints. That sweeping left hand is going to be available. Look at the 1-2 at range. He threw the lead hand hook over the top of the ear, then a tie up by Desmond Reed. I would like to see Andrade just shorten his stance just a little bit, generate a little more power. But he's an explosive guy, good athleticism. You see right now, Nicholson, ooh, gorgeous body work. And I love the double uppercut right there. See, you're just getting stabbed in the abdomen. That's not going to work. Good 1-2 off the angle. Switched another angle for Andrade. Now you see his lead hand down. He's completely comfortable. And because Nicholson has no lead hand work whatsoever, there's nothing for Demetrius Andrade to have to respect from a close perspective. He's going to see the backhand coming from right away. Nicholson doesn't have crazy speed. And I see why Casper disrespected him in the press conference. Shout out to Nicholson. And his shades were dope. He's getting caught. Oh, that's a knockdown. Demetrius Andrade caught him. Yeah, count that out. You're going to say it's a slip. It was a nice, clean combination. It was awkward, but that's what Andrade is. And you got dropped here in the second round. This is definitely a 10-8 round. Nicholson with the 1-1-2, close the distance, ties up. He's almost fighting like he doesn't want to get knocked out. That being Nicholson. Damn, did he already get beat the hell up? My shit might be lagging. Did he die? Oh, it said, why do I have to sign into my own chat? I hope I'm not so far behind where he got knocked out and I didn't know it. Way behind. 30 seconds is a lot. Why is that so? Why am I so delayed? Hold on here. Let me see if I can rectify this. End of the second. Did he die? I'm looking at yeah, on my end, I'm on about 11 seconds behind. It doesn't matter. We gonna just do the best we can. Fuck it. Right now they got the replays up. He may have been off balance on the knockdown, but it was still a good left hook. Once again, Demetrius Andrade very aggressive, entering the third round, closing the distance, still utilizing that uppercut. Desmond Nicholson trying to do the best he can to offer some sort of offense that would make Andrade respect him. Yeah, he's in trouble. He's definitely in trouble. He's a strong dude. You know, his resume is what it is. He looks like he's also running out of steam. He's got his back against a rope. He just can't close the distance effectively against Andrade. Andrade's doing everything he's supposed to do. He's controlling the distance. His lead, I mean, his hand speed is the most notable thing that I see in this fight. From the perspective of how's Andrade look? Combination punching, doubling up the weak side or the lead side, excuse me. He looks fantastic. And they just showed DraftKings.com just showed the oh no, his neck and his back. He looking for a way out. Nicholson's looking for a way out. I'm sorry, he just is. No lead hand offering. Andrade measuring. I'm of the opinion at this point that Andrade could pretty much end this whenever he chose. He might be trying to get some additional ring time, shake off some rust, make sure he's sharp for the next legitimate opponent he may face in the future. "59 seconds left in the third round. Demetrius Andrade is pretty much dominating Damon Nicholson, who demanded respect in the press conference and now is getting cooked. Well done, like a bad steak. Demetrius Andrade is officially practicing. All right. So I guess at this point, no. I got you. Maybe you got that super great internet. I thought I did too, but apparently I don't. For those who have just joined, Demetrius Andrade is brutalizing at this point Desmond Nicholson. Shout out to Desmond Nicholson. We need to be moving on to the next bout, so I need a corner to throw in the towel or do something different. But we out here right now. If you could be so kind, if you've joined, we're covering the entire card right now. You want to leave and come back, I'm not going to be mad at it. This is the first fight, on the undercard. Desmond Nicholson takes on Demetrius Andrade. making his debut on Showtime, coming over from DAZN. He's destroying Nicholson. Shout out to him. Start of the 4th round. Demetrius Andrade pretty much picking apart Desmond Nicholson. I'm about to go get a bite to eat because I'm so sad about how poorly Nicholson's fighting. What is he? Is he hurt that bad? You see the cats in the crowd standing up already. They're waiting for this to be over. Nicholson's not even throwing punches anymore, excuse me. He's in good shape, though. Andrade's trying to set up over the top by feinting to the body and then setting the left hand up over the top to catch him. And Nicholson right now is confused at the fact that Andrade's not throwing punches anymore. He just closed the distance right there, but he was like, wait, what the hell is going on? Damn, the ref is going to fight Desmond Nicholson. How old is Desmond Nicholson? I need to look this up. Oh, damn it, my elbow. Now, see, I said some shit earlier. He's 29 years of age. I said something earlier. I said Showtime couldn't even take the time to put Desmond Nicholson's photo on the website, and now I understand why. And shout out to him. Yeah, I do. I've been a little bit lazy because I've been away from the desk for a minute. But when I started dabbling with it, a lot of BoxRec as well as CompuBox has a pretty good website as well. I know that some individuals are not super excited about that kind of data, which I understand. But if you watch a fight and it looks a certain way, I think that's a good place to go to see, okay, am I tripping or am I on point? And then more often than not, we're pretty close to what the numbers suggest. Whether something was a blowout, a straight robbery, or a close contest that resulted in a knockout because someone was able to get it done late in the fight. Into round 4, I don't want to see another second of this fight. Look, he in the corner shaking his head. He look mad sad. Calvin Ford is one of his co-trainers? Well, now I know why he's on this card. Calvin Ford, Kenny Ellis. And look, who's that? His brother? His dad? Will Nicholson. Dope. I haven't broke into that, so I'll definitely have to check it out. But I think a lot of that information is extremely valuable. And you might get on the internet and sound like a dumbass, so it's always good to have a couple good reference points to go and check in on. When you're offering your opinion about a fighters, how a fight might play out, and getting supporting stats or information about said fighter based on your opinion. Like, for example, I always talk about 130, 135, possibly 140. I think Shakur is the best, and the numbers support that. My eyes tell me that that's the case, but it's good to get a backup that said the numbers support that general sentiment. Start of the 5th round. Actually, we're about 20 seconds in, and right now it is official. My man Nicholson is a heavy bag, and Demetrius Andrade is working technique and trying to perfect his craft. Shout out to Nicholson because he's getting lumped up. Gorgeous body work by Andrade. A full minute behind now. Probably because I keep getting caught up. If someone gets destroyed, let me know. My position right now, minute 52nd, minute 57, 53 now, left in the 5th round. Demetrius Andrade was just on his butt. I think was ruled a slip. He's throwing combinations now. It looks like Nicholson is now coming alive. Nice 1-2 by Demetrius Andrade to kind of reset the action. Another 2 from distance. Really, right now, Nicholson's struggling to close the distance. But this fight, by and large, is turning pretty damn boring. We got to see something else. I think right now, based on what I've seen from Nicholson, this is the kind of guy Andre needs to be able to put away emphatically and then make his mark in the division as, he's newly arriving. Yeah, it's streaming. Yeah, this is live. We live. I'm not sure why I'm getting killed on the damn internet, though. I don't have anything crazy going, and this is pretty good stuff. Yeah, same. I got it on the. Will I get fired, or will I get jammed up? I got it on the device right here, the joint. There they go. So it could be possible that I'm just super laggy, but it's all good. My man Nicholson walked himself into a 1-2. For those of you who have just joined, Demetrius Andrade is pretty much doing whatever he wants against my man Desmond Nicholson. He is a heavy bag. This is a showcase fight officially, and Andrade has to figure out a way to get him out of there because he has a bunch of options available to him. Nicholson really struggling to find his way. No lead hand action. His power seems to be diminished later in the fight as his gas tank runs out. Let's take a look at the fake knockdown. That kind of looked like a knockdown to me, like a good little body shot initially. Shout out to the ref, though. Coming into the 6th round, if I am Demetrius Andrade, I don't want to go past this round. I'm going to put my foot on the gas. Let's see what adjustments Nicholson can make. Standing in front, traditional stance, slight high guard, offering nothing offensively, just waiting to get taken out. Shout out to Nicholson. Jab gets countered to the body. Andrade first, just getting combinations off. He's living on the angle. He's really doing a good job of trying to maintain that outside foot dominance. Now he's stepping to his left. Oh, and that hook is coming to such a weird angle. It could land behind the ear. They have Steve Hart, the Farhood scorecard. I thought he scored around for Nicholson at some point. I'm like, man, you playing. You see a lot of the crowd that's ringside right now. Everyone's standing up. They feeling good because they feel like this fight should be over any second now. But maybe my man Nicholson's mad durable because he's taking a beating. Oh, he landed a good job on Andrade. Turned his chin around. Steve Hart is an idiot. He'll be all right. He'll be all right. For me, by and large, when it comes to color commentary, there's I really like Andre Ward, but I was kind of disappointed on the ladies card his commentating there, and I think I don't know, shout out to Dre Ward. He's probably one of the few that I listen to and think to myself, this guy's watching the sport, he's breaking it down, and he's being objective in his analysis, not just trying to cape for the individual signed to the particular network, which we already know happens way more than it should. But that's how some people keep work. My favorite UFC fight of 2022. I like Al as well. Al's dope, and I think he's honest. And I can just imagine him sweating profusely as they go to him on the call, and he's just sweating and yelling at people. And so I got mad love for Al Bernstein. Shout out to him. My favorite fight of 2022 in the UFC. There were so many good ones. I'll go super easy. Early in the year, I believe it was this year. Last year, early in 2022, Michael Chandler, Justin Gaethje, because you knew exactly what the hell you were going to get. You knew exactly what was going to happen there. Two catches brutalizing one another. But there were a lot of great fights last year. Ooh, hold up. What's my man? My man Nicholson, he's screaming. What are you yelling at? He almost got, what happened? What? All right, got you. So for those of you just joining, if you were curious, Demetrius Andrade has essentially won every single round of this fight. I think we're going into the 8th round now. Nicholson hasn't really been able to do anything. He's landed a couple good jobs, but by and large, he's been countered effectively. His offense has been largely stymied, and defensively, he's extremely limited. And that's not going to be a good scenario if you're fighting a guy like a Demetrius Andrade. You just end up getting lumped up. But one of the things that I am seeing here in the later portions of these rounds is what power Nicholson does have seems to be carrying. Oh, he's talking shit. Nicholson's talking a little crazy. He's ready for whatever. All right, let's go. Round 7 of 10. Every single round has gone to Andrade. He's done whatever he's wanted. And at this point right now, from an analysis perspective, I'm just looking for what adjustment can Nicholson make to make this fight more meaningful, more compelling. He's trying to get overall more aggressive and close the distance with something meaningful, largely behind a 1-2, 1-1-2. But if you see him get caught in the middle, Demetrius Andrade now landing vicious combinations, picking and talking a little bit of shit. His hands look incredible. That'll be my primary takeaway for this bout. Demetrius Andrade's hand speed looks absolutely ridiculous. And that's not something I've seen in him before. And I don't know if it's the opposition because the opposition's so limited, he's just standing in front. So we get an opportunity to see Demetrius Andrade showcase his overall hand speed. Or is this something he said, as I move up in weight, it's going to be a vital tool. I need to make sure my hand speed's appropriate. And he's using such good variety, good head movement, step around with the lead hook, gets back to the center of the ring. He got his lead hand down, fire off the backhand, his left, which would be my right, as a southpaw fighter. And he just looks absolutely dominant. I want to see a stoppage. I'm not sure we're going to get a stoppage, but that's what I'm checking for. He's doing what he wants to do. Footwork looks crispy. He doesn't look as reckless as he typically does either, which is something I'm enjoying. Seeing him operate and box from a fundamental perspective. That 1-2, 1-2 is looking crazy. And my man Nicholson just walking into it and just accepting damage. Shout out to his shorts, though. I mean, he got some cool shorts. He's going to be all right. Oh, my gosh. Double left hand off the backside. Andrade still has great head movement, making sure he's not a target that's easy to acquire. Now he getting arrogant with it, and I'm not mad at him. Especially you don't have to deal with the lead hand from the opposition. Anytime he even moves the lead hand, he gets caught and countered. All right, fake Hamzat. Go train. Get your train on, Playboy. You got it. Salute. But back to the action. Somewhere between 30 and a minute left in round 7 of 10. Shout out to Brenda. Demetrius Andrade picked it up in the round 7. Looked good doing it. I'm not sure what my man Nicholson can do to turn it around. He's getting his ass whooped. Ooh, what are you gonna say? Is that a push? Oh, okay. That was a little push, little push. That should conclude our round. Going into round 8, can we please? I hope Rashidi Ellis gets something done. I think this fight's gonna be the next fight. Speedy Rashidi Ellis, Roman Villa. That fight should be compelling. That should be an action fight. It shouldn't be too much dicking around. I'm looking forward to it. And you guys already know how I feel about the Chukhasian, the Karen fight, Rashidi Ellis. That should be a showcase. That should be, not Rashidi Ellis, but Jaron Ennis. That should be a showcase. That should be Jaron Ennis showing off, putting major league damage on a dude from the Ukraine with a great beard that we don't know. And us just moving on from there. Straight like that. All right, man. Here comes round 9. This is like the longest fight of my life. I've never seen anything this incredible. Now they bumping gums. Andrade walking him down. Not as if it matters, but Nicholson has spent too much time with his back against the ropes. And now Andrade just kind of toying with him, playing with his lead hand, baiting him into a mistake so he can counter him. Just being patient. All right, cool. You on way? I thought a 1-2. Cool. Then I'm going to keep toying with the lead hand. I'm going to get you to do something so I can counter you. That's essentially what he's doing right now. Just playing the game. And because Nicholson keeps putting himself on the ropes or in the corner when there's an opportunity to escape, what? I don't think he wants to be there anymore. And Andrade really has to capitalize. He's going straight to the ropes in the corner. Go ahead and get this over with, G. Oh, shout out to my man DH. Let's go. Let's go. I didn't see you in the building. You just got in. I'm assuming you've seen this. You haven't missed much. Andrade looked good. He looks sharp. He looks ready for the division. And he's just kind of doing whatever he wants to do. Having fun. You know, my man Nicholson, he should probably go into movies or something. You know, play a bad guy. You know, get a couple one-liners. It'd be all right. Because this is not looking like it. This is it. He looks like if Kendrick Perkins was in great shape, which we know is never going to happen. But this will also look like if Kendrick Perkins fought like tonight. He would look like this too. It wouldn't have to be Demetrius Andrade. And Andrade's completely taking this round off. No, that's 100% correct. And that's why I was saying earlier, shout out to Brenda, Boo Boo not doing himself any favors with this guy still vertical. That's facts. And he could have got him out of there around 5 or 6. Now, is he going to lie and say, well, I wanted ring time. I want to just really, test myself. It's possible, but, I don't put boots pressure on him. But what I would say is come in here, knock this guy out because you're supposed to knock him out. He's not on your level. He's not throwing any punches. He's not offering any opposition. You're supposed to knock this guy out. You can't have this performance if it doesn't end in a stoppage and say Charlo or Plant or Benavidez or Morel or anybody for that matter. You need to come in here and damage people, especially when it's going to be a guy that's going to be in front of you, tailor-made to get stopped by you. G, you at work? Hey, shout out to you. I got you. For as long as you on, I got you. They got my man at work late on a Saturday playing games. Shout out to DH. I got you. Andrade looked good if you're wondering. This dude he's fighting, Desmond Nicholson, looks like butt. They got live footage right now. Speedy Rashidi Ellis in the back, and he looks speedy. He looks strong, and he looks ready for this evening. Now, shout out to anyone else who's ever held mitts. for an individual, I am decent at that. If you're looking for advice, you want to be a good mitt man. Here's what you don't want to do: bang down so hard on the fighter's gloves where you're putting unnecessary pressure on their elbows and shoulders. You're supposed to catch the shot, call the combination, catch, offer your defense, but the show is not yours, and please don't destroy these fighters' hands, elbows, and shoulders. No, you're absolutely correct. And so, shout out to DH. This card was a showcase card from top to bottom. And so, for the individual who are in the position or have the opportunity to put on a showcase, you absolutely have to do it. Demetrius Andrade started there, and now, I don't think people are going to be critical like, did he look good or not? This is round 9-10, by the way. I think what people will say is Demetrius Andrade had an opportunity to fight a guy that he could stop, and he didn't do so. We saw him stop a bunch of European dudes and guys who were on his level. I'm not saying that Nicholson's the step up, so to speak, but what I would say is if you're Andrade, you got to stop a guy who's not offering much against you. A jab with decent power, and that's it. No angles, no special effects, nothing. Right now, that's a hell of a flurry by Andrade, putting a lot of damage on Nicholson, who's pretty much operating behind the high guard, my least favorite guard of all time. He got him flinching crazy. Like, you slap a kid or a dog or something like that, or, well, not a random kid. Please don't slap kids. And the dog starts flinching, that's Nicholson right now. Like, if you beat your dog and you come on, what the hell you doing? That's Nicholson. He just flinching and looking crazy. Shout out to Brenda, said she'll give Nicholson work. On short notice, coming off the couch, she'll give him mad work. Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. And back when I was training more consistently, I was very, very careful about who I would allow to hold for me. Because you trying to show that you strong and I'm punching hard and all this, nah, that's too much. If the fighter has good pop, he's got good pop. Or if she's got good pop, she's got good pop. They don't need all that extra stuff. He said, nah, smack these kids. Not smack your kids your own. Don't, if you go to the store, don't just smack a baby. That's a PSA from your boy JG. Don't be smacking these kids. So we're coming to a close. Demetrius Andrade kicked off the show, Main event, Gervonta Tank Davis takes on Hector Luis Garcia, the precursor to a potential bout with Ryan Garcia. He just put out, I don't know if it was a tweet or an interview today, and he stated, I think that Gervonta Tank Davis gets it done against Hector Luis Garcia inside of 2 rounds. So I'm pushing to 5-ish rounds. Tank Davis is a low output fighter with good accuracy and good power. So I don't see him rushing in there to get a knockout. Now, what could happen is Hector Luis Garcia says, I got to step to this guy, not give him any respect, and then he gets knocked out visually. But by and large, Gervonta Tank Davis is not a super fast starter. Whether a guy's overmatched or not, he doesn't start very quickly. So inside of 2 rounds, I wouldn't go that far, but what I would say is 5 or 6, I can see Hector Luis Garcia getting brutalized. Shout out to Demetrius Andrade. He got the victory tonight on the Showtime pay-per-view card as the lead-in or lead-off fight against Desmond Nicholson, who was overmatched, had very low output, and was defensively limited. And it showed in this bout, being knocked down once in the second round, and then really just picked apart and just kind of toyed with for the remainder of the bout. There's round 7 or 8, I believe. Andrade threw like 1 or 2 punches. He just took it off completely. So he's here. This is the bout. I think that his fight is a multi-fight deal, that being Demetrius Andrade. And I think that moving forward, we're only going to see him against the top competition, top-tier guys. I don't know what Nicholson was doing there. He wanted to fight more. Oh, this is the last round. I thought the fight was over. What if he got knocked out? What if Andrew just got, after I said all that shit, Andrew just got knocked out? That's not going to happen. My man's getting lumped up. Who you talking about, Brenda? They trading. But I guess if you're Nicholson at this point, you have to come forward and risk getting knocked out to get a knockout because you lost every single round. Oh my goodness. Why is Nicholson? Don't showboat. Because I'm going to go from being a cool dude to saying, please stop doing what you're doing. Nicholson, he shimmy shoulder, well, he landed a jab and was shimmying. You've lost every second of every round in this fight. Don't celebrate. Oh, absolutely. Oh, shit. You already know how I feel about that. Absolutely. And I'm excited for the opportunity for Alicia Baumgartner to get undisputed. Shout out to Tony Harrison. He's doing his thing. I just think it's dope that you have an opportunity to, or you get to see active fighter, train with work, provide support to, tutelage to another active fighter, male, female. The whole thing's dope. Shout out to Baumgartner. She's dope. And shout out to what's next for women's boxing because I think it's definitely on the rise. There's more eyes on it. There's more money flowing toward that direction. And you can't be mad at any of that. Shout out to them. Demetrius Andrade just practicing at this point. You know, he working his uppercut, both hands, using it in combination, utilizing footwork, showing some feints, catching the shots defensively. He's just moving really well. Meanwhile, my man Nicholson is just chasing him down, looking crazy. What's up with this next fight? Speedy Ellis, Ramon Villa. I hope they skip their walkout too. Just skip all that. I disappeared. My bad, y'all. All right, I'm back. David Morrell Jr., what he does with Andrade, here's what David Morrell Jr. does with Andrade. He actually throws punches. I wouldn't call him overly accurate, but one thing I did sleep on when he fought Yerbo Senu Lee is that even if he isn't landing flush, he's such a powerful puncher that everything meant something, and he just broke down Ido's crazy. Andrade has better movement. He's not going to be as available. But if this Andrade fought David Morrell, how he fought Nicholson, it would be a compelling fight because Nicholson had opportunities. You know, he wasn't super elusive, that being Demetrius Andrade. Now, David Morrell's a different beast. He's young. He's a very violent puncher. Andrade would have to have more mobility in that fight. I think it's a good fight. It's a compelling fight. I don't want to see it. I want to see two more fights from Morrell as a step up because I do rate Demetrius Andrade, but I do think that David Morrell Jr. is indeed the goods. A very violent individual who's young and powerful, went through a little bit of adversity, had to kind of dig deep, make some adjustments. But against Andrade, that's a tall order, so I would just like to see him maybe get, if this is Andrade, let him get a guy down here, see what he's about, maybe he gets a knockout or stoppage, and then we see the Andrade fight. I just want David Morrell to have an opportunity to really develop. And sometimes the opportunities come sooner than later. But if you don't have to rush it, then don't. What the hell is this? Yeah, this is Andre's first fight at 68. I got hella shit going on. I'm clicking on shit that doesn't even make sense right now. Look at these numbers. 5% of your jabs landed. So my man Nicholson landed 12% of his shots. That is not good. I know that's an understatement, but that's pretty terrible. I definitely need this card to pick up. Or I need to get some caffeine or something. I don't even take caffeine like that. Listen, come in, hit the like button, subscribe if you haven't subscribed. We just covering this Showtime pay-per-view card Saturday, January 7th. It goes down DC. Your main event, Gervonta Tank Davis takes on Hector Luis Garcia. Uh-oh. Oh, no. We getting spammed up in the chat. Yeah, we got to put an end to that. Sorry, friend. Yeah, but yeah. Hold up. Yeah, so yeah, I had to shut that down. Nah, that's too much. For 30 seconds, how I do it for more? Do it for forever. Yeah, do that for forever. Never come back here. All right. I will be right back. Hold on. Yeah. What's up, y'all? I'm back. Darrell, the one who got knocked out. Here's the thing. He might not retire off that, but what I would say is I didn't think he was gonna get brutalized and get knocked out, but I didn't like how he looked going in the fight. I think that if he has a good, sharp camp, good camp, takes it serious, he can beat anybody. But he just didn't look good to me going into the plant fight. I didn't have him winning, but I definitely didn't have him getting knocked out cold. And speaking of knocked out cold, y'all see Lamont Peterson tonight? Lamont, he got brutalized and got knocked out. He came out of retirement, got stopped. They're yelling at my man in the corner. Or they were, excuse me. Who's a G? Yeah, he was a 500 fighter and knocked him out. Battered him and then knocked him out. What's crazy when you think about a dude like a dude like Lamont Peterson. He's a championship level fighter, been in there with the best of them. In my opinion, he beat Danny Garcia. Danny Garcia even said that back in the day. You walk away from the sport, and it's clear like you've spent your whole life amateur, you little kid in shit boxing. That's all you know. Then you leave the sport. You young, you like 34, 35, 36. You dip from the sport. You be at the house like, damn, what am I going to do? Next thing you know, you doing 5 to 7 miles a day getting ready for a fight, not knowing that the sport may have passed you by. And the shit is sad. That's the best way to describe it. The hell is this? Let's go back here for a second. Damn, they got a commercial going right now. You know what? Yeah. He said Errol beat whatever he had out of him. Yeah, that was a vicious beatdown. Um, what's crazy is, Errol and Lamont Peterson are actually pretty close. They're like good friends or whatnot. So it's just crazy. They went out there. Now, if you see the highlights, you see Lamont Peterson get beat the hell up, but he had some moments against Errol Spence Jr. and he went to the body really well. But it's you being a bit older, Errol being a bit bigger. You guys are now trading and accepting whatever damage I get back, I'm going to get so I can get mine off. And Errol was just a bigger, stronger guy, younger guy. And just dispatching Lamont Peterson made it look kind of easy. But my man Lamont Peterson definitely had moments. Demetrius Andrade did not help his case at all. I think that you're supposed to knock that guy out inside of 5 rounds, maybe four in a 10-round fight. He didn't do that. I don't have, like I said before, when we were talking about it a little earlier in the chat, I don't have the boots pressure on him, but it was important for Demetrius Andrade, in my opinion, to go in there, be successful, get a knockout or a TKO or do something sensational. And I think he just missed the mark on that. Yeah, I rate Lamont Peterson. Did he break all the way through? A lot of guys don't. I rate him though. Or you think about a guy like Devin Alexander, undefeated forever, fights Timothy Bradley, loses, and then can't figure it out after that. Or one Manuel Lopez, undefeated. He fights Orlando Salido, gets knocked out, I believe. Then they fight again. He beats him again, and the next thing you know, one Manuel Lopez is fighting people's cornermen and doing all sorts of weird shit. His career just didn't blossom after that. But what do you mean by that? By two scoops? Yeah, after the while, it's hard to stand in front of a guy that punches that hard. And one of the things that you hear a lot about Errol Spence Jr. is like this fighter, X fighter, won't be standing in front of him like that. He's gonna do different things. I don't think anyone has ever said, you know what I'm gonna do when I fight Errol Spence Jr. I'm gonna stand right in front of him and just trade. I don't think anyone wants to do that, with the exception of Carlos Ocampo, because he did it and he looked pretty comfortable until he got knocked out 1 round. But I feel like if anyone chose to do that, he would be the only one. I think that's the position that a guy, a puncher with pressure that Earl puts on his opposition. No one is Well, or Sean Porter. Sean Porter's a crazy person. And he looked like he wanted to stand and just fist fight Errol Spence Jr. Who did Lamont fight? That's part of the problem. I don't even know the guy's name. And it went that way. I guess I could just look it up and stop being lazy. They don't even have it updated on the deal. They got his old Sergey Lipinets knockout loss in the 10th round on here. That's his last bout. Yo, what does that mean? My man Lamont fought a cat off the grid. Ogundu. A cat named Ogundu. Michael Ogundu, 17 and 16, 14 knockouts. Spoiled the comeback of 38-year-old former world champion Lamont Peterson, 35-6-1. 17 knockouts. His first bout since 2019. Fought on the undercard. Got knocked out. So Ogundu. Michael Ogundu. Ogundo. 17 and 16. He was obviously 16 and 16 before that victory. 14 knockouts. Yeah, Lamont Peterson he should commentate. We could do this. We can do the punch report together. Me and Lamont Peterson. Yeah, Lamont. They say he's 38, but that sounds about right. Yeah, and you look at Lamont Peterson's record: 35-6-1. He lost to Errol. He lost to Lipinets. He lost to Danny Garcia. Technically, that's 3. I think he lost to, or did he beat Amir Khan? Because I know they fought. My point is his resume is not bad. He's a high level fighter. Who did he lose to? Let me see. Oh, he lost to Matisse, Danny Garcia, Errol Spence Jr., Lipinets, Tim Bradley. Oh, he beat Amir Khan. So that's it. Those are his losses. And then tonight against Ogundu, Michael Ogundu. Yeah, he beat Amir. Yeah, I just saw that. Yeah, that's crazy. And he has some decent names on his resume. Split decision against Amir. Amir be hoeing up. He be doing too much, not winning. What's Brian Custer talking about? Well, guys, who's this dude? I don't even know who this other dude is. Yo, what would happen if Gervonta Tank Davis just got knocked out? DA just indiscriminate when he destroys people. He said, "Now you got that cab driver among some greats." Oh yeah, so tonight he fought a guy named Michael Ogundu. 16 and 16 at the time, 14 knockouts, and he got brutalized. He got stopped. Michael Ogundu, Ogundu, I believe. Yeah, Ugundo, Ogundo. How old is Rashidi Ellis? Because I know he's on a show for a little bit. Rashidi Ellis. He's 29. They're both 29. Roman Villa, 25-1, 24 knockouts. Okay. Okay, Roman Villa. And Speedy Rashidi Ellis, 24-0, 15 knockouts. So this is why cats say don't get ahead of yourself. Rashidi Ellis come here and get his head caved in, he'd be looking crazy. My man looks like Roman Villa looked like Regis Prograde Big Brother. If Regis had a big brother, it'd be Roman Villa. Who's Ogundu or Ogandu? Let me see. Now I'm nervous. He might be looking crazy out here. I don't even want to see his damn box rec photo because I know it's gonna be crazy. Brenda, if you're in the chat, please click on DH's link to BoxRec for the dude that fought Lamont Peterson tonight. I'm done. Don't ever send me anything ever again. The link is in the chat. I am not super familiar with Mr. Roman Villa, but he has a crazy knockout ratio of like 99%, which means one loss, so he's dangerous. Yeah, looking at it, doing like a quick look at his box rec, he has a lot of knockouts, obviously, but largely his opposition. Oh, 21-1-1. Yeah, he's fought some straight tomato cans. He fought a dude that was 33-23. Yeah, we got to see what it is. All right. Let's go. Roman, he from Venezuela. Villa, 25-1, 24 knockouts. Yeah, I can't argue that. It's still upsetting though, and I'm not super excited about that. Shout out to my man Jake Paul though. Exactly. But that's that UK deal. In the UK, they do that. A cat might fight every weekend as long as you don't get concussed. In like 3 years, your record might be like 25-9-1 in a year. In the UK, that's how they do. Oh, hold on here. Here we go. All right, yo. For those who've just joined, listen. Gervonta Tank Davis is fighting this evening. He's fighting Hector Luis Garcia, coming up from 130 pounds, where he's currently a WBA champion. And he said he's not here for games. He said he wants to beat Gervonta Tank Davis. Gervonta Tank Davis, he just punches people's spinal fluid out of their ear. That's what he does on a regular basis. I don't know. I don't. Y'all saw the face off. I think Brenda is definitely ahead of me. Rashidi Ellis looks ready. Via confident. He has experience relative, but this is indeed a step up fight. This is the biggest fight. I think that Rashidi Ellis has fought individuals on Via's level, maybe not with a knockout rate, but he's been in there with some people. So this is more of a step up for Via, and he has the capability, at least his numbers suggest he does, to score a knockout. Now, on to the fight. Right now, Ellis working the jab. He looks very fast. He's not being overly deliberate about landing the strikes, just putting them out there. Via high guard. I think he got some Walmart socks on. He's just walking Ellis down, or at least trying to. Ellis doing a good job working behind the jab, lead right hand right there. Good feint right to the body. Tried to rip the left of the body, just came up short right there. Right now, Via's just kind of accepting it, high guarding it, trying to defend, probably read and analyze and see what he can pick up on. But right now he's closing the distance with no lead action, so he's eating jabs repeatedly. I would like to see Rashidi Ellis, just really extend the shoulder on the two that he throws out there because it's coming up short. But Via's in range for that to land and be effective. The defensive reflexes right now of Rashidi Ellis looks fantastic. Good jab to the body, good jab upstairs. He's giving different looks. High guard, traditional stance, hands down, letting the jab dictate what's happening. Rashidi Ellis looks really good right now. Mike Villa, he got to get a jab or a run and tackle him at some point. Because if he's looking to land one lucky shot or one power punch, I'm of the opinion that Rashidi Ellis could probably do this all damn night. Pile up points, play safe, throw combination when he wants to. Great feint by Ellis right there. So right now, he's just kind of doing what he wants to do. This can't be the game plan for Villa, though. It just can't be. Get jabbed to death, good lead hook, good right hand. And what's also obvious is that Ellis is being very defensively responsible. On the exits, along the ropes, hands are nice and high. He's exiting out. He's making sure he's very responsible with his hand exchange. So that's good to see. Got you, DH. $37 left in the round. Yeah, I think right now Villa has thrown 5 punches this entire round. Landed nothing. He gave this away. Ooh, gorgeous uppercut by Villa, though. Eats a right hand for it. Now, Rashidi Ellis doesn't look like the biggest puncher. He's got good speed. Obviously, his name is Speedy. But the Villa punches, when they land with something a little bit more to them. I know towards the end of this round, he definitely got Rashidi's his attention with an overhand shot. But is that a recipe for success? Walking and hunting, offering nothing offensively from a lead hand perspective, and then hoping that you can land a big shot, which he did get toward the end of round one. They have the keys to victory for Ellis right here. Jab, conviction, stay off the ropes, counter effectively. The stay off the ropes one's going to be important because right now you just have Villa stepping to Rashidi Ellis with the intention of getting in tight, throwing nice tight hooks, elbows locked in, 90-degree angle, using the shoulder as a fulcrum, and landing damage on the opposition. And shout out to Brenda. I see her comment in the chat, box, box, box. That's exactly what he needs to continue to do. If he gets cute or he wants to live on the ropes or languish there, the shot that landed at the end of the first round for Villa made Rashidi smile. And typically if you smile after you get popped, that means you know it was a good shot. Stay off the ropes, put a little more power behind the shots. I see the speed, but now make him think about what it's going to be like to come into the wheelhouse. Make him respect you. Much better job right there. 1-2-1 from Ellis. Good rip to the body, lead left hand to the body. Now Villa tells him, come on, let's go. We got to rock. This is not where I want Rashidi to be. We're not playing the games. You can tell me to come on and yell. We're not checking for none of that. Ellis, keep pumping the jab, keep boxing, get off the ropes. Good counter by Ellis, but he's getting rocked right now by big shots from Villa. Excuse me, I said rocked. Via's landing solid shots on Ellis. He has not been rocked. My apologies. Shit gets thrown around too much. Good quality work from Via. Reset by Ellis. Now he's going back to the corner. Via walking him down, offering nothing from a lead hand, just walking him down. Rashidi Ellis being very responsible defensively, but he looks like he's a little too wary of the power. Gorgeous body work right now by Via. Ellis doing everything he do to hold on there. The hell is this? My bad, y'all. That's the issue. The jab is great, but you got to stick some more on it. So you can have a nice flick jab. It's getting out there. It's fast. It's blinding. But at some point in time, you have to deter the opposition. I said deter the opposition. And right now, what Rashidi Ellis has not done is give Via a reason to not walk him down without utilizing a lead hand. As of right now, Via says, I'm not concerned about anything he's throwing. I'll just walk to him. And when I get in tight, I'm going to throw 2, 3 to the body, 3, 4 to the body, and then rip an uppercut. Overhand shot, left uppercut, left hand to the body, right on schedule. Jab to the body by Ellis, jab upstairs, taking a quick step back. This is a very, very close round. Ellis is trying to steal it at the end here, doing some good work behind the jab, moving very well. Good jab to the body. I would keep going to that body because it's open and Via's just not defending himself to the body at all. He's just accepting whatever Ellis throws. Now, if Ellis don't have enough pop to make him respect him, which he hasn't demonstrated, then it might be a bit of an issue. There you go. Lead hand, a jab by Via. Good left hook off the uppercut. Rashidi Ellis is too fast and too athletic, but he can get caught and get hurt. And you can definitely tell he does not have the pop that Via does. And that, I mean, that's the numbers suggest that, right? 24 victories, no losses, only 15 knockouts for Rashidi Ellis versus 25 bouts, 24 knockouts, and a loss. So anytime that Via has gone to the ring, he's either knocked the dude out or he lost, and that's only been one time. Shout out to Brendan McDonald. She says the ropes are kryptonite, and they're definitely kryptonite when you have a fighter who doesn't have enough. See, people can say what they want to say about Devin Haney, Shakur Stevenson, and Floyd Mayweather. All these guys can't punch. But for whatever reason, when the opposition's in front of them, especially with Shakur and Floyd, for some reason, they can't do much to close the distance. And it's not about the defensive strategy. You're getting hit hard enough with lefts and rights to make you rethink your offensive approach. And from a Rashidi Ellis perspective, that's the thing that I haven't seen. He has not offered Via anything to make him say, I need to change up my course of action. It's just lead hand work. It's just coming forward, high guard, getting on the inside because Ellis is on the ropes and then ripping him in the body and then utilizing some uppercuts. The beginning of round 2 is here and upon us. Ellis back to the jab. Good right hand by Ellis. And more of the same from Via. Just coming forward, high guard, not moving his head. He's moved his lead hand a little bit more. But by and large, he's just waiting until he can close with either a feint or kind of a rush move to get to the inside, elbow to elbow, rip to the body, then use the lead uppercut upstairs. If you're in the corner of Ellis, you got to say, hey, let the hands go, utilize a jab. After your combinations, go where you throw, don't stay in front. Oh, yeah, if he, on the real, hey, DH, on the real, this is no bullshit, this is no disrespect. If Rashidi Ellis, in the first 2 rounds, what I've seen, so 1 round in 1 minute, if he was fighting Jerron Ennis, he would get fucking bodied. Excuse the language, he would absolutely get bodied. He does not hit hard enough to keep a dude that big and strong off of him, and Jerron Ennis is bigger than Via. Via might have more overall cracks, like heavy hands, but we already know that Jerron Ennis is not to be toyed with, and he's knocked out pretty much everyone he's been in there with. Rashidi Ellis, shout out to him. I don't think he's a bad fighter, but I don't think that's a good matchup for him. Now, right now, Via wants the exchange, and every time he tells Ellis to come on, Ellis now is doing a better job not going for the theatrics, the machismo, tough guy shit. I'm not listening to the corner, so Brendan let me know. His corner must have told him, don't be a dumbass, box, be smart. Living in the exchanges will not win you this fight. You're the better, superior boxer, better athlete. Live in those lanes. Be smart, dictate the pace, make him look silly, box and win. That's the corner. You mean Via has to remind you of Maidana? There's no way Ellis reminds you of Maidana. I mean, I might be tripping, but I'm pretty sure you mean Via. And if you do mean Maidana, it's the Maidana before he got with Robert Garcia, because Robert Garcia gave him a lead hand, gave him some work. After that, he was good. He was a good quality fighter after he got a damn jab to go with all that pressure and some of the dirty shit. See, that's the thing. Looks like he has a pretty capable jab. He's just not throwing none of them shits, and he's going for a home run shit too into the third round. So I got 2.5 rounds. I know that's not a real metric, but 2.5 rounds for Ellis. 1 and 3 for sure. 2 as a toss up. Hector Garcia got like the third shiniest head of all time that got him on the Jim Gray interview. Yo, if I was a translator, I would be reckless. I would just be making up shit to tell people. And they'd be like, Hector Luis Garcia, you're fighting Tank Davis tonight. What's your number one concern going into the bout? And the translator, I'm like, yo, this dude thinks you a bitch and that you can't win. He also said that your bald head is dumb, and your beard is weird. And if I was Jim Gray doesn't know any better. He's not gonna be able to tell that I said a bunch of reckless stuff. The production truck will probably tell on me though. They're like, hey, don't do that no more. He's talking reckless about you, Jim Gray. Anyway, into the fourth round. Surprise, surprise. Mr. Villa here is trying to utilize a jab, be more active as he closes the distance, because getting punched in the face repeatedly and getting nothing for it is not a winning strategy. Yeah, I'm definitely sold on Ennis from the perspective of a guy who can most definitely fight. Um, I do want to see more from him against guys that we know, and I don't want to. I'm not talking about a 37-year-old who had a heyday. I want to see like I like the idea of a Virgil Ortiz fight or Stanionis. Obviously, we know they're scheduled to fight. That fight's now postponed. For those who don't know, Stanionis had appendicitis, and he had to have an emergency appendectomy to get that taken out. So there's that fight. I would just like to see something before Errol, before Crawford, from an Ennis perspective. 144 in the round. That's where I'm currently at. This is the fourth round. Roman Villa, Rashidi Ellis. I have it 2 rounds of 1 right now in the fourth, but Villa is coming forward more aggressively, understanding that he's down a couple rounds, and his best opportunity is probably going to get the stoppage because he's not going to outbox Rashidi Ellis, and that's, if someone wants to argue that, be my guest. It's not going to happen, but he does have an opportunity to land something big, catch Ellis slipping. See, Ellis threw a heavy overhand right there. It had no effect on Villa whatsoever. Like, he just walked through that shit like it was nothing. And you see the way that this is a great camera angle. Villa's ripping these shots. That's a really great defense. See, that was great defense by Ellis. He can see everything coming because the shots are indeed coming wide. They're a bit telegraphed. And he's just making really good adjustments. As long as he exits out with his hands high like that, gorgeous right uppercut. A 6 by Rashidi Ellis. Now he's pouring it on. Set your feet, friend. Set your feet. Keep your chin down. Oh, don't get too far out in front. There you go. Gets cracked right there for his troubles. Throw the combinations. Make sure your feet are appropriate, and then move off the line. He got a little too excited. Absolutely. And that's well, shout out to UDH. This is a high five because I probably couldn't have said that any better. Um, you fucking disgusting. What do you put in here? Anyway, yeah, I agree. You're talking about a unique prospect in Jerron Ennis. And one of the things that I saw during the weigh-ins is, in the sport of boxing, oh, okay, my bad. In the sport of boxing and even in MMA, you see guys who come down in weight and they look depleted or drawn. When you see, um, what's my man's name? Jerron Ennis get on the scale. He's cut down to 47, right? But he looks big and strong and very, very physical. And even when he fought Sergey Lipinets, who I rate, I'm not saying he's a world beater or anything like that, but what I say is Sergey Lipinets is a good fighter. He's been in there with some guys, Lamont Peterson, and been in there with Mikey Garcia, even though he lost. But the way he beat him, that shit was sad. Like I was like, damn, I don't know Sergey Lipinets, but I was feeling bad for sure. One of the things I don't know if you saw this, I posted this a bit earlier, but one of the things I would say about his 30 fights and where he's at, I think that boxing is changed a little bit where it's very difficult for up and kind of because everyone wants to make a certain amount of money, right? Bud Crawford, Errol, whoever, whatever, fucking Canelo, whatever fighters you really want to name, they want to make a certain amount of cheese, right? So then you see a guy, whether you think he can beat a Terrence Crawford or beat a Errol Spence or beat a top guy, but you see a dude who's a physical freak of nature. He's mowing people down. He pretty much almost has all knockouts. It's hard for that guy to kind of break through and get the opportunities. And I think a good example of that is you look at 135 pounds with Devin Haney. He was fighting guys that nobody knew, with the exception of Jorge Linares, and begging for opportunities against the best guys out there. So it was Loma, Teofimo Lopez, Kambosos when he got the belt, Vasil Lomachenko. But nobody wanted to fight this dude until everything fell just right. It was going to be Lomachenko for Kambosos, but then the Ukrainian war happened. So we were aware of that. And that's how Devin got his shot. It's harder, in my opinion, for these guys to get these golden opportunities. Does Duran Ennis deserve an opportunity to fight some of the better guys? Absolutely. And I think that he has a fair opportunity of winning. The unfortunate part is if you're an older cat, 33, 34, 35, maybe you're a champion, maybe you're a former champion, but your earning potential is kind of in flux. If I take on this young up and comer and get absolutely demolished, that hurts my earning power if I'm not well established like a Canelo or a Floyd or a Pacquiao. Like Pacquiao can lose, he's still going to command $30 million probably. But I think that's a precarious situation that Boots Ennis is in, where he has a bunch of fights. They're not name known guys, with the exception of one or two. But he's got to fight. He's got to continue to fight and knock people out until those opportunities come. So that's why I don't hold that against him as much as some would, the questionable resume. Because if people don't want to fight you, they don't want to fight you. And you might have a couple people in front of you in the sanctioning body, but these fights are going to happen. He will have opportunity to be a world champion, and I think he's going to be a tremendous one at that. Shout out to Rashidi Ellis. He made a good adjustment in this fight. He's putting more pop on his punches. He's making Villa have to respect him. Villa's responding by trying to decapitate this human being and put him promptly into the dirt. Oh, absolutely. Especially as a guy with one loss and all knockouts. Ooh, that was a good uppercut. But I think Villa's gas tank is looking a bit questionable at the moment because while he's throwing very hard, he doesn't seem as busy as he once was. And he might be losing steam on his punches. If he comes in here out of shape, he about to just get boxed and lose. Straight like that. Come in, guys. Be so kind. Smash the like button. Hit the bell icon for notifications. This is your boy JG. This is the Punch Report. And this evening, Gervonta Tank Davis makes his much anticipated return. He takes on Hector Luis Garcia. 2 days, Saturday, December. I keep saying December, January 7th, in DC. Co-main event. Karen Chukhasian, I believe that's how that's pronounced, takes on Jerron, Boots, Ennis, Philly's very own Philly stand-up. And what I've been calling, I've been pretty transparent about this, that's a showcase fight for Ennis. And he needs to do the opposite of what Demetrius Andrade did. Despite winning and doing it convincingly, he needs to go out and put on a show and destroy my man from the Ukraine. Shout out to the Ukraine. Speedy Ellis, Roman Villa, round 6. I think that Villa has had some moments, but Ellis has done a good job of ensuring his output is high, his jab is accurate, and he's being sound defensively. And then making it look good in the eyes of the judges, scoring the bout, that he's in control, he's dictating the pace, he's controlling the range, and he's avoiding taking any serious shots from Villa, who seems to be limited offensively. Good off-rhythm jab to the body by Ellis. Good right hand. He kind of bends at the waist. I'd like to see him turn at the waist instead of bend at the waist to deliver that right hand. Gets more power, more extension on it. Good jab. So we know who Villa is now. Strong guy, good size, and he's coming to just really put damage on dudes. He is definitely slowed down though. And he wasn't fast before, but he's definitely not fast now. And just the athleticism of Ellis. Nice jab by Ellis. He's playing now. Villa's definitely lost a little bit of steam. Maybe be like 8.5 and he'll get up and be all right. But yeah, those shots are very, very, very brutal. He's throwing them Villa, that is, with bad intentions. He's definitely more heavy-handed than Ellis, but he's just not as accurate, and he just has a tougher time with his overall delivery system getting shots that land on target. And Ellis really has to stay off the damn ropes. Like, this is getting upsetting. If I'm in his corner, I would say, if I see you go to the ropes again, I'm throwing in the towel. I'm not playing with you. If you want to go to the ropes, you want to be on the ropes, that's what's up. I'm throwing the towel in. You playing a damn game. Stay off the ropes. Because this is not a scenario where Villa's putting on so much pressure that he has to be there. No, Ellis can cut an angle. He can step around. Ooh, good shot. If Villa get knocked out by Ellis, that'll be crazy. And that'll be a statement for Villa. I don't see it happening, but that will be a statement. Jab, head movement, variety, counterpunching. Right now, the plan that they put, the Showtime graphic put up there, if you want to grade Ellis based on what they provided, he's getting an A. And I didn't take a look at Villa's, but I'm pretty sure it didn't say just run your face into a jab repeatedly as a key to victory. I called this fight. I provided a prediction. Essentially, I stated that this fight would have its moments. It would be contentious. It would be back and forth. But ultimately, the athleticism of a Rashidi Ellis, the speed, the ability to move, would overtake this fight. It looks like I'm going to end up being okay. But what I did not anticipate is that Villa will be thrown with so much bad intent that it would make me nervous and uncomfortable. And if Rashidi Ellis gets cute, he's getting knocked out. The kind of knockout where it's not they're counting. You just go down and they just wave it off right away and you just out of here. Round 7. So last fight went 10 of 10. Currently we're in round 7 of 12. And I believe this is an eliminator. If I'm wrong, somebody can correct me. So if you take a look at Villa, his approach is even more limited. Good counter shot he landed right there, but he needs Rashidi Ellis to help him a little bit to close the distance, have questionable hand exchange, something that he can punch in between to land that power. The one thing I do know is based on how V is currently fighting, his corner is being honest with him and saying, hey, we need more from you or you're just going to lose this fight. Ooh, that straight a little low. Yeah, yeah. He punched him in his little meat there, little junk area. He got socked up. He'll be all right. The catch 22 when you take your time, your allotted time. If you get punched down low, that's also an opportunity for your opposition to get a little breather. You see, Villa came out aggressive with the overhand, walking Ellis down. Ellis backs him up with a jab, repositions himself, high guard, shows different looks, nice frame, back still against the ropes. I think one thing Ellis has done well is crack Villa enough to make him at least think a little bit. Before rounds 1 through 3.5, Villa was just throwing whatever out there. And I think by and large the uppercuts for Villa have been ineffective. Go to that 3/4 of the body and then take it upstairs. Good jab, good rip to the body. I can tell you one thing: Rashidi can take it because some of the body shots that he's absorbed in this fight are pretty hellacious. He can take it. What's the question? What Farhood talking about? I'm about to turn it up. Oh, why is my man tripping? Ooh, Ella's gonna get knocked out if he keeps he being cute. He gonna get knocked out. He in the corner with his hands down. He gonna get knocked out, and it's gonna be one of those deals where you see a dude win the whole fight and get knocked out at the end. The Kamaru Usman head kick from Leon Edwards. Ellis is extremely comfortable, and as the fight wears on, his fluidity just seems to kind of get better. I don't know anything about Canelo doing dirt on his wife, but shout out to him and his family. Don't do dirt. That's what I'll say. If you got a boo, just keep it faithful. Quality action in the corner between Villa and Ellis. Uh, Villa's running out of options. I don't know what happened. Look, this is not. I don't know what happened. I don't know about Canelo. I don't know about him and his wife. Yeah, shout out to Canelo. That news broke tonight. I bet you didn't know that Canelo Alvarez's favorite fighter is Gervonta Tank Davis. You gotta check that interview out. But as far as his wife's concerned, I can't speak to that. Shout out to wifey. Highlights: Via throwing heat, Ellis doing a good job countering. Yeah, this is a cool fight. I don't see him beating Boots. Round 8 of 12 underway. The jab's a common theme. As each passing round goes by, Via becomes more and more committed to the jab. Interestingly enough, you waited 8 rounds to get that going, and he's still winging heavy shots. Rashidi Ellis's defensive reflexes are crazy. Now the shots, like I said before, are wide and they're not the fastest, but still, you make one mistake or guess wrong, then you just knocked out. And my man is really about that action. He's rushing now, just getting jabbed up. I wish Rashidi Ellis had more pop because this fight could actually be over. Or Via can just land that joint he's been looking for this whole time. Yeah, first round is a bit early for me. For Tank, if you followed his career, he's a bit of a slow starter. I'm not saying it's impossible. Hector Garcia is not very, I mean, he's not a defensive wizard by any stretch of the imagination. He's not overly fast. He has good fundamentals, and he does throw good combinations, and he has a couple good counter scenarios that he sets up. But like I said, round 4 at the earliest, 6 at the latest for Davis to get a knockout over Hector Garcia because he just takes a while to get warm. For those of you who are currently on the stream, Happy New Year. Welcome to 2023. Speedy Ellis just got rocked with an overhand shot, but he recovered nicely. First live stream of the year. We looking to make it happen this year. We're going to get 1 million subscribers this year somehow, one way or the other. Okay. Okay. Ooh, good little combination by Speedy Ellis. Good work by Villa, closing the distance, putting more pressure on him, trying to land meaningful shots. Good left hand to the body by Ellis. And so the back half of the round, I don't know if Ellis is hurt, not hurt like knocked out hurt, but he's definitely taking this portion of the fight off. Villa's doing some quality work, and I think they'll look at the last 2 rounds and say, "Hey, I'm gonna shade that for Villa." There's not a lot of time left. There's only 2 rounds remaining, but Speedy Ellis can't be giving away rounds, and this is definitely a Villa round right now. So if I'm in the corner of Speedy Ellis, I just go back and I say, "Hey, look, listen, you've had a great fight. You're definitely doing a hell of a job. You just gave 1, maybe 2 rounds away. We're done doing that. We're going to the 10th round. We have 11 and 12 remaining. No more rounds given away. If we get beat by a better guy, then so be it, but we're not giving anything away. We're done with that." They got the camera in the back right now. Ennis warming up, and he's looking like a beast. Anytime I see a fighter in the back before something violent is about to take place and they're smiling, like having a really great time, yeah, that concerns me. For the opposition, that is, not for the combatant that I'm referencing. They're in Karen. They're in his locker room. He looks like a nice guy. He got good fundamentals. He's small. He looks small, though. Round 9 of 12, Speedy Ellis, Roman Villa. This has been a pretty solid fight for Speedy Ellis. A good test, a guy with power who's relentless. He's going to make you box. He's going to make you fight in spots. He's going to make you ensure that your defense is tight and you can capitalize on your ability to counterpunch. And right now, this has been a good-looking fight for Ellis. Villa's definitely had his moments, and he's one heavy shot away from really a victory. Oh, this is round 9. I said it was round 10. My bad. But right now, this is a much better round for Ellis. Last 2, he was looking kind of crazy. But, headbutt to the lip. A clash of heads. Let's go. You just can't be here if you're Ellis. And we've talked about this ad nauseum at this point. Back on the ropes, it's just not it, friend. Reverse the position. Now throw a hard one, too. Good jab. Yeah, this is a 12-rounder, I believe, because it's a title eliminator. Good counter left hand by, or right hand, left hand by Ellis. If you're Villa, you just can't close a distance like that. I mean, he's running at him and then going tight elbows, high guard, and getting socked up. Now some success from Villa. Right uppercut lands, right hook lands, jab by Villa lands, walking down Ellis into the corner. Ellis with 2 jabs. It's just Ellis can see everything heavy coming. He's not missing at all from the perspective of getting the hell out of the way of heavy, heavy shots. The Villa jab's been effective when he's deployed it. The defense of, good uppercut by Ellis, but he looks good. Or by Villa, but Ellis still looks good, but that was a great uppercut. Good jab. Trading jabs now. via Ellis. Ooh, Rashidi Ellis got caught, but he returned fire. See, I like this fight for Ellis a lot because he really set his feet there and let some combinations go. I like to see what you observed is Villa land some heavy, heavy shots, some shots that really connected, got the attention of Rashidi Ellis, and Rashidi Ellis said, setting his feet and just throwing combinations. Nah, I'm not running away. You're not stealing this round from me, not like that. What's what's Canelo's favorite color? All right, y'all. All right. Sit tight. I will be right back. Yeah, and I need that because the walkouts. Oh, shout out to DH. Hopefully, Boots makes it this an early night because the walkouts for Javante Davis, Hector Garcia, that's gonna be like 40 minutes. I'm like gonna go eat a bite of pizza. Like what's going on? Brenda, hey Pete this. Brenda. So Ellis is officially, in my opinion, and I don't know where you're at with it. Ellis is getting into the boat with Demetrius Andrade. And it might be a different boat. It might be a lost boat here in a second, the way he's taking these punches. Showcase fight, a big deal. You talked a little shit at the press conference with Boots. And right now you're getting socked up by an unknown dude. And he's putting real work on you right now, real damage. Round 10 of 12, 2:07 left on my clock. Villa coming on strong after losing all but one or two rounds at this point into the 10th round, landing heavy, heavy shots, really going for broke, trying to get something done against Speedy Rashidi Ellis, who he himself may be running out a bit of steam because the amount of, oh, shit, oh, hold up. Was his brain wobbled up? When you see the cat run forward like that, you know it's a problem. Good tie up. 11 and 12 are going to be crucial, but we still got a minute 30 left in this round before I say that. Ellis is doing a lot of holding. I'm not mad at that. He got buzzed pretty good. Villa's still coming forward, and I don't know if he kind of blew his load a little bit, but, he's not as active with the hands at this point, and maybe he's feels secure in the fact that he's going to probably win this round, and they're not being aware of the fact that you pretty much lost every other round except for the last 1.5. But this is definitely a Villa round with a minute or so left in the round, 10 of 12 in this title eliminator. Villa coming on late. Roman Villa. Rashidi Ellis was looking good defensively, good defensive reflexes. Got caught, and now he looking all out of sorts. Trading body work. 41 seconds left in the round, maybe 10 if you're Brenda. Shit, maybe she's already in the corner for the count. Ooh. He really wants to damage this dude. He understands he doesn't have a choice. And the size of Villa is really starting to show up in the fight. Just his stature. Oh, brutal right hand by Villa. Oh my God. Nice return in the exchange from Ellis after being rocked legitimately. He got punched and then kind of stopped moving for a second. Oh, he's looking crazy right now. That's a crazy round. I was gonna get another. I got a little water right here, a little bubbly water. Don't hate, a little refreshment. I was gonna grab another one, but Rashidi Ellis started getting his ear punched off. He started looking crazy. Oh, whatever. What is this? Let's look at this shot. Right on the top of the head. One. Nice uppercut. Doesn't really land too hard. Maybe it's that right hand that lands right there. I'd have to look at it. Because I don't know about the sanctioned body off the top of my head. He said time to cut the braids. It's time to stay the hell off the ropes and stop playing games. For you get destroyed. This dude is trying to destroy you. Round 11 of 12, and you need to win both these rounds. I'm going to fight Speedy Ellis and just tackle him into the ropes because I can't take this anymore. Good back and forth action, trading shots. It's a busy round. Right now, Villa's putting a lot of pressure on Ellis. Ellis still living behind the jab. Villa just coming forward. Uh-oh. Speedy Ellis got tackled a little bit, but he all right. The unofficial scorecard gave the last 2 rounds to Villa. Last 3 of 4 rounds to Villa. Hard to argue that. This is a big round for Ellis, in my opinion. And right now, he's being dictated to. So you're off the ropes. You have opportunity to go to the center of the ring, and then you get comboed up by Villa. Now you're just holding. Hey, Speedy Ellis going to fuck around and lose this fight after fighting the way he fought this entire time. Even if he don't get knocked out, he still might lose on the cards because he's getting kind of pushed around. And you had something to say to Jerron Ennis? Okay. Shout out to DH. I'm still on that whole point. You might go somewhere else and throw it on the internet real quick, but I got it now. It's here. It's live. We here. I already said it. If you are Speedy Ellis, you are not ready for Jerron Ennis. Good exchange from both men. I think that with the pressure that Villa is putting on Ellis, he's even if Ellis is outlanding him, the appearance is good. Okay. A little uppercut from Ellis. I want to see him follow that up. The appearance is that Villa's winning these rounds because he's pressuring, and the exchanges for the most part look fairly even at this point. Toward the end there, some pot shotting by Ellis, boxing beautifully, good 1-2 by Ellis. These are the kind of moments that steal a round away. 30 seconds, 28 seconds is a long time toward the end of the fight, and a fight that, by and large, has been not super close, but is getting closer and closer by the second with the approach of Villa pressuring, working the body, throwing heavy, heavy shots, and pushing Ellis into the corner and then trying to get offense off. That's staying here, G. I don't know. But it's facts. And you know what? I know after Boots wins in 15 seconds, he'll be talking some shit. He'll call out Arrow, or he'll call out Crawford. Or maybe he won't. But I don't mind a good call out. What's Felix de Jesus talking about? I missed it. Absolutely. So, 12th and final round. Here we go. I think Ellis needs to do more than just be cool. He needs to go in here and win. He needs to win this round. Straight like that. Don't get knocked out, but dazzle, move your hands, move your feet, stay out of danger, utilize that jab, throw some solid feints in there. But he need to win this round. Just like that. Go out there, use that hand speed, and make it look good. Just live behind the jab, Move well. Follow it up. He's going to give you the opportunity. Coming forward with his hands down. He's trying to bait you into something silly. Just be responsible. Keep the hands up. Don't get in any silly-ass exchanges that aren't necessary. Shout out to my man Kaz. Yeah, that's facts. We were just talking about that. Um, one more time, but right now he is not. And I don't even think that's really even a debate at this point. And that's why I like, and you know what the thing, I did a video and we talked about, you put individuals, opposition on a card, and they might fight down the line. Now we know that for right now. Oh, so Rashidi Ellis just got dropped when I was bumping my gums. Leaping left hook by Mike Villa. Anyway, by Roman Villa. Let's go ahead and before I talk about boosts, let's go ahead and get through this one. So Rashidi Ellis, he got to hang in there. He looks good. Oh, no. Oh, he looked crazy. There's no way oh, no. He got to get through this one. Right now, Rashidi Ellis in the rope. His eyes look clear, but he's making questionable decisions by remaining in the rope situation. He's down again. That's rolled a slip. He's got to get back to his feet. Why, he look crazy right now. Yo. Hold on real quick. Look at Villa run to him. Oh, brutal uppercut. Watch the back of the head. You got a minute left, G. You got to reset your feet. Oh, my goodness. Ref breaks it up. 58 seconds left. Maybe 28 if you're Brenda. Right now, Speedy Rashidi Ellis is in survival mode after being dropped in the 12 by a heavy leaping left hand by one Roman Villa. He's back on his jab, but he still looks out of sorts. Somewhat defensively sound, but Villa's landing some big heavy shots. Return fire from Rashidi Ellis. Good tie-up. 30 seconds left. If you're in Rashidi Ellis's corner, circle, 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 jab, 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 or clinch, clinch, clinch. Do not engage in any exchanges. Don't play any silly-ass games. You're going to get knocked out with less than 20 seconds left in the fight. Oh, down again according to Deborah. He's on the ropes looking silly. 10 seconds left, 11 seconds. I can't count for some reason. Oh, they call that a knockdown? Okay. Brendan McDonald Villa for the win. Two knockdowns. Yeah, that's a big round. It's interesting. 1 through 5, I think, are very easy and very comfortably go to Rashidi Ellis. 6 through, so you still have 7 rounds after that. If some of those middle rounds are close and then you see the dominance in the back end by Villa overall, you do have a Rashidi Ellis loss, possibly by a split decision. What's Farhood talking about? Oh, I got to turn it up now because he might be talking crazy. I don't like those rounds. Sorry if I'm being on top of the mic, guys. I don't like those rounds where I think it's round 7, 8, or 8 and 9 where Ellis just took rounds off. That was silly. And this is a great fight. Shout out to Brendan McDonald. It's a great fight because it was so lopsided initially. And then you see Villa just really stick to his game plan, move forward and say, maybe I can't outbox this guy, but if I can get to him, I can hurt him and I can put him down. This is a guy with 25 total bouts, 1 loss, 24 knockouts. We'll see what happens here. But that proof is definitely in the pudding. We got to see this. We got to see this. This call. I hope I don't. If I get jammed, it's fine. But I definitely want to turn the audio up so I can hear this joint. Because this is a close fight. I'm pretty good at saying, even if I get the prediction wrong, I can articulate why it would go another way. I really don't know which way this fight's going to go. 2 knockdowns in the 12th round. Rashidi Ellis looked great, 1 through 5. Maybe got 6, but 7, 8, 9, and 10 were very, very interesting. That's 4 rounds. Then you have a 2 knockdown round. You're looking at a draw or a very tight split decision. Got caught lazy on the exit. Got dropped. And shout out to Villa. My hope is that he gets another opportunity. One of the things that ends up happening, and he looks like he has a good head about him, but when you get your opportunity, you get to fight on a showcase, right? And let's say you lose close, then like the next couple times you go out, you get beat bad and knocked out by a bum or whatever the case may be. That's another good second knockdown. So my hope is that no matter what happens here, he puts himself in a position to get additional bouts, Showtime PBC or whatever the case may be, and against solid quality opposition. Oh, absolutely. I have major concerns about the defensive responses that we saw from Rashidi Ellis in this bout. If he's if he can see everything that's happening in front of him, and I know that sounds oxymoronic, then he does a really good job responding to it, avoiding shots, catching shots, doing a little hand fighting. But once he gets in a position where he's kind of doesn't have somewhere to go and he's relying on a high guard, I think he struggles to see certain shots coming. Now, on that first knockdown, maybe he's not exiting as quickly and responsible as he did before. Let's take a look at the numbers. Well, look at that jab discrepancy, 13 to 165. He'll probably win the fight on that and that alone, and I'm not even mad at that. That's a fucking discrepancy. And everything else is really, really close. He pretty much threw all power shots. The numbers say that Rashidi Ellis won, but ring generalship is something that's evaluated in the eyes of the officials, and so we'll see. But the numbers suggest that he won. Yeah, and that's a good assessment by UDH. And he started off so his feet were so busy early, then they settled down. But even more than that, just him turning his shots like so a right hook for me, obviously off the right side. If I throw that shot, seeing him get leverage on it and then seeing it land and mean next to nothing, and his numbers suggest that. In 24 fights, he only has 15 knockouts versus obviously a demo guy like Villa, 25 fights, 24 knockouts. They gave the Villa, Brenda? Was it split? Let me turn this bullshit up. Massive congratulations. Massive congratulations. 2 knockdowns in the 12th round. A lot of pressure throughout. The jab was. Now, they're going to look at the numbers and say, how could this have happened? The pressure is how it happened. The knockdowns is how it happens. We're scoring boxing with our eyes. We can't see the numbers in real time. And you got to make a determination. Speedy Rashidi Ellis blew it. He took round 8 and 9 off. I didn't like that. I mentioned that. And then he needed to win emphatically round 12, and he got knocked down twice. And I'm telling you right now, if you're in the back right now and if you're drawn Ennis, and this is his fight, this is happened to him. He just lost to Villa. But if I'm drawn Ennis and I saw Speedy Rashidi Ellis lose, I'm getting this dude out of here in one round. Karen Chukhasian or whatever his name is, I'm getting him out of here in one round. I'm not playing any games. You got to go. Incredible. That's incredible. Shout out to them. In his interviews, I don't know if you saw him in the week, he said he felt really good. He felt kind of like you could just definitely tell that he felt like he had what it took to get in here, put himself in a position to fight for a world championship belt. I watched. I'm not gonna sit here and make up a bunch of lies. I watched one fight of his after I saw his name next to Boots. Obviously, it was like an obscure location, like a small gym or whatever. Shout out to Ukraine. Um, don't say that. He said he just gonna fight dirty. You gonna come up dirty. I'll still tell Rashidi Ellis you still fought like a dummy toward the end of that bout, and you got cute. You got mad cute. No, but Karen, he looks slow, plodding, methodical. You're talking about a guy who's extremely dynamic and Boots, who's a big physical specimen. Um, Boots is not going to play any games. He's not going to get his Demetrius Andrade on. He's going to try to hurt this dude. Yo, what happened to Rashidi Ellis, though? He got carved up. Shout out to my man John Wick. You know, he's got John Wick 18 coming out. Shout out to him. He did run out of gas. His feet slowed down a little bit, and he got caught on the exit with his offhand down and got blasted with a shot. I think this is what it looks like when you see what a guy has, that being Ellis, to land the shots that he landed. Super busy jab, landed one more power punch than Villa, but you have absolutely no cracks whatsoever. You just don't have that weight in your hands to keep guys off you. All right. Before Ellis makes this a short night. Your boy will be right back. Smash a like. Yeah. Here we go. And we back. Yeah, that's if he gets an opportunity. You guys in the chat, are we on deck? I stepped away for a second, so I want to make sure we're not tripping. Co-main event is upon us. Drawn Ennis. What do you mean by that? His team couldn't have been that stupid. Well, you know what? Sometimes you just think about, hey, we got a guy, we got an opponent. Let's just get the fights, set up, started, and then we'll make it happen. And then you fuck around and lose the fight. That's why, like right after the final bout's over, I like to go to the internet and figure out what's next for a guy like Rashidi Ellis. First loss, so I'm not really tripping off that. He signed with PBC. They do a good job of rehabbing guys coming off losses, putting in a position to be successful, win some fights, possibly get another world title shot. He's young-ish, 29 years old, first loss in 25 bouts. I think this is a classic example of what it looks like if you start thinking ahead. I mean, I'm a big fan of, you talk a little shit, do your thing or whatever, but it's difficult to sit up on a stage, and I know I got to fight a guy like Villa, who's a dangerous guy, and then I'm talking shit to Boots about what we can do or what he's not like, and then I get lumped up and knocked down, and my brain gets punched out a little bit. And if you guys go back and rewatch the fight, I don't know if it was, I think it was in the 10th round where Ellis gets hit with an overhand shot and he just stops moving. Like when Luis King Ortiz knocked out Charles Martin and he punched him in the side of his head and he just stopped moving. He was like a statue. Ellis had a little bit of that in that bout. He was looking crazy. He said system error. If I had my damn thing hooked up still, you get the log up. Yeah. And when you get hit over the top and you don't tempo like that, you just stop moving. I'd rather just get dropped than just be stuck like a wax figure. I'm just chilling. Oh, what's this for? Did somebody die? Because I don't have the audio up. Oh, Steve Smogger. Shout out to him. Yeah, he died. I don't know who Jerry Roth is. Shout out to him, though. R.I.P. Jerry Roth. Hector Rocha. Shout out to him. R.I.P. For those of you who have just joined, this is your boy JG. This is the Punch Report. Come in. please smash the like button. Hit that bell icon to be notified on future videos. Leave a comment right now. Obviously, we have the chat going right now. We have arrived at our co-main event of the evening. Jerron Boots, Ennis, Philly's very own, comes in to attempt to solidify himself more so than he already has on a big stage. Gervonta Tank Davis, undercard, the co-main event. He takes on Karen Karan Chukhasian. The walkouts are happening right now. Let's take a look. My man comes out with the classic lineup. Oh, that's just a hair. Never mind. His beard game is right. He got the flag with him. Shout out to the Ukraine. And this is a tall order. I wonder if he's seen tape of Jerron Ennis and what his thoughts are. Did he look at tape of Jerron Ennis and say, I can take this dude? I'm not saying he's a punk, but what I am saying is when you look at the tape, did you think to yourself, yeah, I can see how I can get this done? Now, all jokes aside, what I would say if I had anything critical to say about Jerron Ennis, he is so supremely confident in his offensive skills and ability that sometimes he forgets that there's defense as well. I'm not saying he gets hit more than any other fighter, but what I am saying is some of those shots land very, very clean, and he has shown a tremendous beard game, great chin. But my advice would be to any fighter coming up, let's not continue to test that chin, especially you as you climb the ladder of opposition, being defensively sound, minimizing damage, rolling shots, and being defensively sound from round 1 to round 12, shout out to Speedy Ellis, is going to be vital. And sometimes he's having so much fun in there, you'll see him get hit with some shit that you don't think, a guy of his caliber should be getting hit with, considering the guys that he's fought. Yes, I do understand that it's boxing and things happen. However, if I was going to be critical of Jerron Ennis, that's the area I would be critical of. Be responsible at all times, defensively. And shout out to everyone in the chat. Glad you can make it. Got Jerron Ennis. Shout out to OnlyFans. Everybody got the OnlyFans. So if you want to see adult men jump rope and do push-ups, go to OnlyFans.com. They got you. Shout out to Jerron Ennis. I'm going to start on OnlyFans, do feet pics. Shout out to Steven Jackson. He said, since I did he worked for Showtime. He did a little deal, the little mini episode, spent some time with Jerron and just got in the ring, got sweaty. He said, well, if you free, can I walk you out? See, Boots looked like he got something to do immediately after this. Like, go hang out. I don't even know if he has kids. Go hang out with his kids or maybe finish up a grocery list. He looks like he's about to go. He got gum. Giving dap. He feeling good. And I'm not saying a fighter should go in there scared, but when you see a fighter with the supreme comfort, like, he just having fun with it, oh my gosh. Come on, Mr. Ennis. I need you to get this done in a timely manner, my friend. Let's go. Come in, smash a like. Shout out to Castillo Clayton, his last opponent. Shout out to Boots, but that definitely looked fraudulent to me. I'm not blaming Boots for that. It's not his responsibility, but my man got hit. Castillo Clayton, he got hit with a shot, went down, rolled around on the ground, got up, stumbled around like he got hit with a bat. And then when it was all over, they took him to the stool and he was just smiling like, man, hell yeah. Is my check still in the back? It was definitely looking questionable. The combatants are in the ring. I was just looking at my video, y'all. I said, the F word too many times, and they already demonetized my shit. That's messed up. Shout out to Bonzi, his pops. He's DH, you out of pocket. He said Castile got mouths to feed. He took the little fake punch and went down. Was like, damn, the check still cashed the same. The check still cashed the same. Malik Waleed. He looks like he does great barbecue. He gonna walk. He got the little spray. All that. You know, the last video that we were on together, I know I went crazy in that one, but I didn't even think I went that crazy in this one. I did it one time. They said, no money for you, Playboy. Okay, sorry. They just went at me right away. He looks happy to be here. 29-0, 27 knockouts. Man, let's go. Shout out to my man DH. He just out here with the orange joint. Shout out to the super chat. YouTube, I know you're going to take some of that too, but you can't stop the hustle. Let's go. That's definitely love. I'm gonna get the proceeds from that super chat, and when my man Karen gets carved up right here, I'm gonna send it to the Ukraine because they need it. Man, they're probably gonna just take this video off the internet. I'm not gonna talk about it no more. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Enough talk. You know, one thing I'm noticing about Ellis, though, he's super dry. Like, he look like he's in the back. He's been chilling. But now he's looking at my man like I'm about to sun you. He's looking real crazy right now on his face off. Why would you say, why you going to get the whole... So we're not doing this anymore? We're not going to make it to the tank fight? We're not going to make it to the tank fight because the DH is out of pocket. Oh, you know, when it starts to lag worse and it's already lagging, they gonna take away my pay-per-view I already paid for. All right, round one. See my man Karen trying to utilize some movement. He looking fluid, you know, good reactivity. Boots filling it out. Okay, my man Karen said, listen, my name is Karen, but that doesn't mean anything. I'm here. This fight has already gone on longer than I ever anticipated. I'm not even being funny. My man Karen's looking fast. A little head movement. Uh-oh. Ooh. Okay. So good solid hands. He got rocked by the jab. I like Karen's approach. Run around crazy. When they be talking about this guy ran a lot. There's that, and then there's getting the hell out the way. I don't know if that was a feint or just a real bad miss by Boots there. This fight kind of started out similar to the first fight of the card where it was hot and heavy, and then Cats had to settle in. I think if Boots picks up his outside foot and moves it to his lead hand side, he'll do a better job just cutting off the ring. Right now, he's just chasing. He picks up his lead foot, cut off the ring. He's stepping around hard, but he's getting on an angle. Karen is. Boots has to be aware of that because he's getting on a pretty good angle, and Boots has to pretty much almost turn around to land the shot. That's why he has to pick that lead foot up and cut off the ring. Jab, step to the outside, throw the right hand. Or the left hand, excuse me. Now, essentially what Boots is doing is he switches approach. Instead of stalking, let me wait and see, be patient, maybe I can counter. But what Karen did a great job of is just saying, all right, I'm just going to be here just outside of range, but if you do something, I'll try to counter you, thus not giving himself up by trying to initiate his own offense. And he is really, really on a bike. He's got to cut off the ring much better than he's cutting off the ring. If you're, this might be over if he just cut it off a little bit better. And don't chase, don't follow. Round one's in the books. If you're just joining, we are at our co-main event. Round one in the books. Drawn Ennis, Karen Chukhasian, I believe that's how that's pronounced. A lot of movement from Karen. Not a lot of punches thrown. Ennis has to do a better job of cutting off the ring. Use that lead foot, pick it up, step to your left, cut off the ring, deploy your two, or anything off the backside, really. That level of movement, I don't know if that's something that's sustainable for Karen, but it was definitely beneficial. But it's easily taken care of if Ennis just cuts the ring off instead of chasing. So this is an interesting puzzle that's been presented to him. Let's see if he can put it together. Second round, still tons of movement from Karen. Ennis measuring 1-2 to the body, 2 upstairs for Ennis. He's still chasing. Karen is moving a lot. He's damn near running. Boots trying to be patient, just trying to walk him down. As far as damage is concerned, Boots hasn't been in any real trouble. He hasn't absorbed any meaningful shot whatsoever. Attempted lead hook by Karen. Misses. Shells up. Pays for it. 1-2 by Ennis. Back to the center of the ring. Karen, tons of movement. Head, hands, feet, everything moving. Drawn, switching stances after jabbing to the body. Now he's in orthodox. Good jab to the body. Good right hand. Chasing him down. Cutting off the ring a little bit better. There it is. There's that outside foot. Stepping to cut off the ring. That's how that's supposed to look. Outstanding work. Goes to the body of Karen. Back to the center of the, I was going to say the octagon. Back to the center of the ring. Good jab by Ennis. Karen's not offering much, but he's just really making it difficult for Drawn Ennis to land anything meaningful or any combinations. I'm still fairly confident that this will end explosively for Drawn Ennis. But for right now, Karen seems content with circling the outside of the ring, moving to his left, switching to his right, and trying to counter Ennis. But as far as output's concerned, he's not doing much of anything. Tie-up situation. Very clear that that's not anywhere Karen wants to be. Ate a left hand of the body. Good jab to the body by Ennis. Good catch and shoot by Ennis. Good job investing to the body. The hands are starting to drop down a little low for Karen. Just controlling the range with the jab. Right now, I'd say Drawn Ennis is definitely in control, but he's still trying to figure a few things out in this bout. Just circling back to the ropes, step to the right now, stepping to his left, not offering any offense, and Drawn Ennis just chasing him around the ring. Lands two good left hands by Karen, pays for it with a right hand over the top. Tank Davis is going to need to come out and put somebody in a body bag. The way this card's unfolding. And you do what you got to do. You don't know how the fights are going to shake out, but on paper, this was a really, really was a good card. Shevchenko. I can't even say his. Yeah, I can't. I'm not going to attempt his first name. But anyway. So we got a good fight with Via, Ellis, the Andrade. That was cool, I guess. Looking forward to the main event. But right now, Drawn Ennis, Karan Chukhasian. We gotta see what it is. My man from Ukraine is just really running around. And Drawn Ennis got to do a better job of cutting off this ring. I think one of the things when you think about, really, I don't know, it's hard to say. I think people have an expectation or idea of how they're going to handle or how they would fare against Errol Spence, but then you're in there. And then it's just not what you anticipated it was going to be. But I'm not mad at any fighter, even a guy like Drawn Ennis, having that level of confidence, because if not, you're probably just going to get your ass destroyed. Now, I've engaged with awkward guys before and seen strange things, but the way that I rate Ennis, my expectation is he figures this puzzle out. The constant movement, the constant moving to his right hand, Karen's left hand, and away from Duran's power, cutting off the ring is going to be essential. There you go. Now you get your opportunity. And I was not even being silly about the prospect of this fight not going beyond 2 rounds. But here we are, minute 32 left in the third round. Right now it's 3 rounds of zip because Karen's just hopping up and down like a fucking rabbit, and not throwing any punches. And Drawn Ennis is kind of struggling to get this thing figured out. Good 1-1-2 to the body by Duran. Pumping the jab and at distance. It looks good, looks sharp. Karen trying to counter the lead hand with a lead hand of his own. He just doesn't have the speed, but he has good timing. He's not landing. Ooh, nice combination he landed on Ennis. 1-2-3 combination by Karen. Caught Ennis slipping a little bit, but we talked about that. If I had to be critical of something, you can get him in those opportunities, in those situations. When he landed, though, now Karen's feeling good. Getting on that angle, boxing well. Good response by Drawn Ennis, landing power shots. He's literally running him down. We're not even talking about footwork. He's chasing after this dude. 5 seconds left in the third. Ooh. Good counter shot by Karen at the end of the round. Response by Drawn Ennis. Interesting fight. I don't think that at the moment Karen doesn't look overmatched. That's what I would say. But at some point in time, he's got to get it figured out. I can't hear what they're saying in the corner or what they're discussing, but it wouldn't have anything to do with what he needs to do with his hands. Everything what you need to do with your feet. And yes, being more defensively responsible at the end there. You see his pops motion, grab that ear. Don't be silly. Excuse me. Fourth round, co-main event, Ennis, Chukhasian, Karen, exchanging jabs, trying Ennis kind of stepping up. Yeah, it would have been a wrap for that. I'm not going to argue that at all. And the adjustment's not a difficult one. This is high level boxing. Um, you can't follow the guy around. It's outside foot first, and you just cut off the ring. And I want to say that I even think Boots is getting a bit frustrated. Good shots there by Karen, landing clean on the chin of Ennis. And he did say he is not coming to lay down. He's coming to put on a good fight, possibly get a victory. And he's very awkward right now, and he's causing real problems for Jerron Ennis. At the moment right now, unless something significant happens, I would call this a Karen round. Then he eats a hook for his troubles as soon as I give him some love. Jerron is now giving a variety of looks to help really kind of get through those fortress of movement that Karen's putting on there. Good body work right there by Jerron Ennis. Good exit by Karen. But he's still staying commitment to this level of movement, giving a lot of feints, a lot of fakes. But as time goes on and Jerron Ennis is now starting to land more shots, the feet aren't nearly as busy. The opportunities are starting to really present themselves for Ennis. It's his job to realize that, see that, recognize that, and then capitalize on it. Now, that was crazy as hell. I love how my man Karen caught him like, I got you. Jerron Ennis just attempted a leaping lead hook and spun around in the air, and he was caught beautifully by Karen. That was nice. Overhand right by my man Karen. Jerron Ennis moving forward, still attempting to close the distance without really setting it up and getting countered. This is indeed a Karen round right now. Something significant would have to happen. Round 4 will go to Karen unless he gets knocked out or stopped or dropped or something towards the end. Good defensive reflexes by Jerron there, avoiding the hooks, falling to his right, engaging in the tie-up. One of the things that Karen's doing really well is fighting off rhythm. You think you have his timing down, his rhythm down, he'll stop and throw, he'll counter you. Left, 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 right, 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 left, right. Just fighting off rhythm, making it confusing. And because he's feinting so much, it doesn't give Ennis an opportunity to really get a bead on and get his offense off. Showing the replay of those two trading blows. This fight is a little more interesting than I had anticipated, but I'm not saying for a second that it can't end spectacularly. Karen is shown to be more than game, and he's created some complexities for Jerron Ennis with the level of movement, the amount of movement. Stephen Fulton, let's go. All right, round 5, let's roll. Karen comes out busy, jabs, steps off to his left. Nice right hand by Boots. Right now, Boots is operating in the orthodox stance. I think he's having a little bit more success there. He's really got to clean up his footwork. Let's go. Karen just circling, circling, circling. And Boots right now still hasn't figured out a way to just stop that momentum. Good right hand by Boots, though. Good 1-2 off rhythm by Karen. They're trading. Oh, big shot by Boots lands right hand. Left hook to the body. Karen circling. He's got a chin strap because he just got absolutely rocked by Boots. And he took that shit pretty well. Boots staying on him, not rushing the work, though, but understands he has an opportunity in front of him. $150 left in the round. He's making it to where that power hand off that left hand side for Jerron, he's stepping away from it crazy. I would just stay orthodox. Right now right now Jerron is fighting out of the southpaw stance, but let's go. Yeah, this is wild. Big shots landed by Karen. Nothing super crazy, but scoring blows. Jerron Ennis takes it well. No issue there. But he got set, in a trap. I would stop switching. I would stay orthodox and continue to try to land a heavy right hand from that rear position. Jab by Ennis. Karen just trying to get anything set up, stepping away from the power side, goes to the body and tells him, come on. Good 1-2 by Ennis. He has to add a little more variety in his overall offensive approach when he's initiating himself. Use some feints yourself. Pump the jab. Go to the body. Take the angle like you just did right there. Nice work. Gorgeous shot right there by Ennis. Oh, the close of the round. That's an Ennis round. Okay, cool. So one round for Courtney. I don't even know. Karen, Courtney. I've called them all sorts of names at this point. That's an Ennis round. I believe we're moving into the 5th or 6th round. Every round has gone to Boots with the exception of one. He's still having some difficulty figuring out this movement piece that Karen has presented to him. And I think has shown a few moments of frustration. However, this was a good round for him to land bigger shots, get some of his power off, and have some more success. That's been lacking a little bit. I said he took some shots here, but it looked like he had great defense. Took something at the end there, but nothing that hurt him. Took a shot off the shoulder. Another shot was a straight miss. Good defensive sequence by Ennis there. Good left hand. You got to follow that up. And then Karen just runs away. I don't know if I've ever seen this amount of movement before. This is a lot. Keith Thurman be running around sometimes too, though. So we're seeing a lot of the same. Karen using a lot of movement on both directions, moving really well laterally. Not mounting much offense, but has had success in spots when he's counterpunched Boots. Boots is still in this position where he's just chasing him, trying to get shots off, and Karen's trying to live on this lead foot angle. He gets so far out of position, though, he can't land a strike. So he'll get on the angle, but he's so far out of position that he can't capitalize whatsoever. However, when he gets that far outside and on that angle, he knows for certain that Boots can't get him with anything powerful. That's why Boots has got to figure out a way to cut that off. By figure out, I mean just do it because it's not that hard. But this will be a good experience fight for Boots, and I want to see him against still better opposition. However, I can't imagine someone's gonna repeat this game plan of just running around. Ooh, Boots has great reflexes because that was a devastating hook that he just avoided with he rolled a shot. Karen's getting more and more comfortable with the distance, setting up his shots a little better, and just not doing the same thing more than once, maybe twice in a row. Steps in with a 1-2 off rhythm, 1-1-2 response from Drawn. It all comes up short. Then he ends up eating some shots in the weigh-in, currently in the clinch. Walking him down is Ennis. Now, this might not look the prettiest or the best, but what I would tell you is, with the exception of the one round, like Karen's not winning these rounds just running around. And I'm actually interested in what the commentary has to say. Because what the hell are we watching? Good lead hook, though, by Karen on Ennis, just walking him down. Just switching it up, staying off rhythm. Good jab by Jerron. Good 1-2 by Karen. Now he's getting a couple additional opportunities, that being Jerron Ennis. And Karen goes ahead and takes it back. That will be the end of the round. Way longer than I anticipated, which probably means Gervonta Tank Davis will get knocked out in one round because this shit is not going how I anticipated. It's like, nah, I don't believe that for a second. But Ennis got to figure out a way to get this one done. He's winning the fight. I mean, I guess if it wraps up and it's just, a 12-round dud, then it is what it is. But he's definitely winning the fight. Shout out to my man, Hector Garcia. He's smiling like that because they've already shown him the check that he's going to get when this shit is over. Moving into the next round. Woo. It's cold up here a little bit. Round 7. I have it 6 rounds to 1 for Jerron Ennis in a fight that I was fairly confident would not go beyond a couple of rounds. And here we are more than halfway through the 12-round bout. Ennis is clearly winning this fight, but he has taken some shots. There's some opportunities there if my man Karen can get something significant off. Why would I be showing the fight? I don't work for Showtime. But I can tell you what's happening. More of the same entry into the 7th round. Karen moving, Jerron chasing, following, doing his best to get any kind of offense off against a guy who is indeed living on a bike. Gorgeous combination right there by Ennis. Left hand on the body, right hand upstairs. Then followed up with another right hand. Body work, good continued body work. Way to fight out the break if you're Ennis. This is how you find the opportunities. And as he continues to rip the body, you see the legs slow down almost immediately. He just got to cut the ring off a little bit better. Be careful of the off rhythm. Step in 1-2 by Karen. Good 1-2 by Karen again. There it was right there. Drawn rolls of shots, but they land. Gorgeous body work. It's wearing on him. Oh, gosh, he got overcommitted right there. There was an opportunity for Ennis. Karen's moving straight back now, and he's not moving laterally any longer. The body work is taking its toll. That was a good tie-up by Jerron, getting him crossing face and giving himself an opportunity for that break. I think Karen might have an eye issue. He seems to be favoring it a bit. One, two by Karen in the body. The pressure of Ennis, the constant chasing, the shots that he has landed are taking their toll on Karen. And because he's so concerned about not getting hurt or damaged, he's not mounting any offense himself. A couple counter shots here and there, but by and large, the offense he does get comes by way of drawing Ennis making mistakes or having a lapse of some sort. That is the end of the 7th, moving into the 8th. I have it 7 rounds, 2-1 for Mr. Jerron Boots Ennis. Here we go. Round 8. Round 8 of 12. Something I did not think we would see in this fight. Jerron Ennis stalking, chasing, trying to find a way to get damage on Mr. Karen here. Karen, moving, herking, jerking, flailing about, and fainting. And that's about it. Very, very wary of dryness and just doesn't take too many risks, if any at all. Good body work from Ennis. Left hand to the body. I wish I could just put this on during the breaks because I need to hear the corner and what they're saying. Because we could get this over with something as simple as cutting that ring off. The other thing is whatever zip or pop that Karen had initially has definitely waned. His shots don't seem to mean as much. Oh. Yo, this dude is crazy durable, Karen, because he's taking some shots. 8th round, 56 seconds left. Jerron Ennis just chasing after this dude. Ref's doing a good job of letting him fight out of the breaks. And in those exchanges, Jerron Ennis is definitely winning those. Good 1-2 by Karen. Karen has a good 1-2. There it is again. 1-2, 1-2. Little 2-3. Yeah. Karen's extremely durable. He's been hit with enough good shots by Boots to where most cats would have went away already. So I got to give my man some credit. I got to give him some love. My bad, y'all. But man, when we get through this, I'm gonna get a bite to eat between the fight and come back and break this tank joint down. For those of you who are currently in the chat, if you have your eyes on the television What are your thoughts on Jaron Ennis's performance up until this point? How's he look to you? Shout out to Stephen Espinosa. They had my man in the crowd. Round 9. I saw on the unofficial scorecard for our Showtime they had every single round for Ennis. I have every single round but one for Ennis. It's been that type of fight, but it's been a bit of a strange fight, a frustrating fight. Karen has used a lot of unusual movements. Um, Maybe the movement themselves are not unusual, but the amount has been crazy. Andron Ennis has struggled to close the distance or the gap effectively, consistently enough to hurt Karen in a real way or damage Karen in a real way. Looks like he might be onto something now with 215. But Karen's going to live on that bike or at least try. Good right hand of the body. Drawing in is just still chasing, still chasing. Nice, lands a nice left hand. Combination to the body for Duran. Trying to get distance so he can create space for that uppercut. Good right hand. Karen at this point is really just tying up anything. If he can't care, if he can't, ooh, they trade hooks right there. Good right hand by Karen. Then they clinch. Ennis has got to be a little more careful walking him down. There you go. Use some lead hand. Just give him something to think about. This is not the type of fight that boosts the stock of a guy like Ennis. Outside of something spectacular from this point moving forward, this doesn't boost your stock. And this is a big opportunity fighting on this card. It's a 10 card, Saturday night, pay-per-view, DC. A lot of eyes on it. This will do good numbers. And you're the co-main, and there's a lot of buzz surrounding about what you're capable of. And you could beat Errol, and you could beat Terrence, and you could beat everybody. But a little bit of movement got you in the ring right now bewildered. He just said across you over and over again. I wonder if they're in the corner just kind of content with how the fight's going. Like, we're winning. We don't need to press the gas, so it's whatever. Very strange stuff. Oh, that was interesting. I wonder if he's hurt. They just show after a little exchange, they just showed Ennis like wince in pain. And I'm not listening to the commentary team, so I don't know what they're discussing. Seems like Pop's getting. Oh no, never mind, never mind. Man, we're back. Round 10 of 12. Karen's done it. He's made it to the almost championship rounds. Now, I won't say he's looked good, but he's ran enough to survive and not take any serious damage up until this point. Like I mentioned before, Jaron Ennis has been presented with a puzzle that he's been unable to completely put together because it's challenging when your opposition is just running around. And he really wants to land that hook. That's the third time he's spun into Karen's arms. This is wild. I don't even know what. All right, y'all. Welcome to the channel. This is your boy JG. This is the Punch Report. We are currently in round 10 of 12 in the co-main event of tonight's Showtime pay-per-view card. Gervonta Tank Davis takes on Hector Luis Garcia for the regular WBA title at 135 pounds. Garcia coming up from 130. There will be a lot of hoopla and fanfare and photos and zoom in shots of the celebrities in the crowd, the individuals who've decided to be in attendance this evening. When this fight between Ennis and Karen Chukhasian concludes, I will take a small break and then we will be back. But for those of you who are joining, do not leave the chat. Do not leave the stream. The main event is upon us. Currently, Ennis is in control, 10 rounds to zip, or 9 rounds to 1, depending on who you ask, against Karen Chukhasian, who's pouring it on now, looking a little better, offering a good account of himself. Ennis has chased this man around the entire evening, and right now they're exchanging, and it looks like Karen's hurt to the body. 40 seconds left in the 10th. Karen is definitely hurt to the body. Ennis is targeting that body. Karen was mounting some offense, and then Ennis was Ennis, walking him down. He's running. I'm surprised he didn't turn his back and just run off. My man Karen, trying to return fire, trying to counter, but he is indeed hurt. Ennis back to the body. Now he's teeing off Karen against the ropes, trying to go back the other way. Finally cuts off the angle beautifully, keeps ripping to the body, keeps doing a great job. 4, 3, 2, 1. He is going to survive into the 11th round. Much better round for Ennis. Definitely did his thing. Let's take a look at the replay here. Gorgeous, right on the belt line with that shot. Oh, then follows it up with a nasty right hook. Great shot to the belt line by Ennis. Does a good job protecting himself. Just nice work overall. Now we're around 11 of 12, moving into it. Shout out to my man Karen. His coach said, you got to rip him to the body. You got 17 letters in your last name. You need this. My man's wilding. What's the official doing? And fight. Round 11 of 12, co-main event. Boots Ennis takes on, or is taking on, Karen Chukhasian. If that's how you pronounce it, I'm feeling pretty good about it. This fight has been unusual, unorthodox. Ennis chasing him around as he turns the angle, tries to live on the outside. And if he gets in trouble, he steps around and then gets back on his bike. Has mounted very little offense during the course of this bout. And yeah, so they have him losing every single round. I have him winning one round, but this has largely been the boot show. But as we discussed in the chat a bit earlier, when you have a fighter that's this good, as dynamic as Boots, huge for the division, good power, good boxing ability, good reflexes that he's showing off right now. I guess he's just having fun at this point. You want to see him put on a different type of show where he can brutalize a guy or show why he needs to be mentioned in the upper echelon of fighters. We just spent a bunch of time being critical of Speedy Ellis, and I don't want to say being critical. He made some tactical errors in his bout this evening, but which resulted in a loss. But we were ready to say Boots is just head and shoulders better than Speedy Ellis. And I think that he is a better fighter. but I don't think the gap is as large as I anticipated based on how he looks in here this evening. Now, it could just be the style of the opponent, the durability, the excess movement, the things of that nature. But I think when you have fighters that come along that are truly exceptional, truly great, whether they're a boxer, puncher, bruiser, a slick guy, defensive specialist, they're so transcendent. It doesn't matter what style that they fight, they're going to look good or figure out a way to get to their best attributes and then seal a victory in a manner that's decisive and without question. And I think that's what I wanted to see this evening from Jaron Ennis, and we're kind of missing that a little bit. I still think he's obviously an exceptional fighter, but there are some of the things, some of the challenges, I should say, that Karen's presenting are not super daunting to try to overcome. But in no time flat, we will be in our main event of the evening. 8 or so seconds left in this round, 11 of 12. And I will be back momentarily. I missed most of this damn round, but I came up here. I saw my man Karen was getting off on Boots Ennis. My man really said, I'm about to come on and put on a good fight. You're not going to knock me out in 2 rounds. I'm caring. Not caring about how this fight ends. Ooh. Good shot by Ennis. But my man Karen said, I'm not going to be a heavy bag. out to Karen. Eight seconds. There we have it. Jerron Ennis goes the distance with Karen Chukhasian, Speedy Ellis loses split decision to Roman Villa. Demetrius Andrade goes the distance with unknown Desmond Nicholson. And now we have our main event. Chukhasian landed 5 jabs. He landed a total of 97 punches. He threw 573 punches. Yeah, that's wild. He legit ran around the ring. Well, we gonna double check. We're gonna take a look at Twitter real quick, cause cats on Twitter be tripping. Oh damn. Damn, I don't know if y'all saw this, but what round was this in? There's a video of Desmond Nicholson, the dude who fought Demetrius Andrade. In his corner, they were slapping the shit out of him, just repeatedly slapping him. That's crazy. And shout out to one of the buzzing, if you go in the hashtag for Davis Garcia, one of the big overarching themes that I'm seeing is Villa, Roman Villa, Castro's showing him mad love. And shout out to him, he deserves it. Somebody put in the last round, Speedy Ellis was a punching bag. What's this? Damn, and you know what? I didn't watch whatchamacallit, the post fight. But Villa was talking crazy. He said, I told Ellis after the fight that his smile won't be the same. See, when people say crazy shit like that to you, you gotta listen to them. Facts. They got some Twitter got the links on here trying to get cats jammed up. Where's my guy? Oh, here it is, right here. All right, y'all. This is it. Um, they're gonna clean this up. They got the IBF belt, some sort of version of the belt. They've given to Ennis. That was a solid performance. You got to work with what you get sometimes. I think ideally, if he can have an opportunity to have the performance that he would want to have, it wouldn't go that way, but that's a position that he's currently in. A W is a W. He moves forward and he keeps himself in a position to um, at least mention the guys like Bud Crawford or Errol Spence Jr. or any other top welterweight. After the Rashidi Ellis fight, my general thought was, well, he's not ready for a Boots Ennis. Perhaps that is a better fight than I would anticipate. I would favor Boots heavily, but perhaps the hand speed, the mobility, and the footwork and movement could present problems for Ennis, a la what Karen was able to do. But with a guy like Rashidi Ellis, it's going to be a good, solid jab, better hand speed, and better athleticism. So, I mean, we got to see. But taking a look at Hector Luis Garcia in the locker room, warming up. The main event is up next. Gervonta Tank Davis takes on Hector Luis Garcia, 135-pound tilt for the WBA regular title that currently resides with Tank Davis. 130-pound champion coming up in Hector Luis Garcia, 16-0, 14 knockouts. Tank Davis, I believe he's 27-0, all knockouts but one. So, we're going to see what it's going to be. If you're just joining the chat right now, please be so kind. Hit that like button. It doesn't cost you a thing. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so already. And throw a comment in the chat or on the video if you catch this after the fact. Now, some time's going to go by before we get into the main event. So I'm going to put or not. They got the betting odds up there. Minus 1,600 plus 800 for Garcia. Those are pretty good odds for Tank. Initially, and I've mentioned this before, when this fight was announced initially, because Hector Garcia was coming off the victory over Chris Colbert, he was feeling good. Still undefeated fighter. Like I said before, 16-0, 14 knockouts. The conversations were, this could be a tough fight for Gervonta Davis. This could be something that, he's not ready for X, Y, and Z, and that's not any of those things. My predictions have been cheeks tonight, which is fine, but is that trend during the course of this particular card of weird outcomes going to be is it going to foreshadow what's going to potentially take place in this fight? I just feel like Gervonta Tank Davis is the type of fighter with the power that he has, athleticism, skills, ability, experience, ring IQ, going up against, a decorated amateur, but limited in professional experience, obviously, and coming up in weight to fight a guy who's fought as high as 140 pounds and had a high level of success there. So that's what we have to deal with. I'm not going to be fooled by, and the thing of it is this, Hector Luis Garcia is a good fighter. I'm not saying that he's not a good fighter. He's just not a Tank good fighter. And Tank is approaching, if he has not yet arrived at the level of when he fights, we tune in to see not if he will win, but how he will win. There's some still great fights on the table for him, especially as a young man. Jacob, which fight are you talking about? The Tank Davis fight has not taken place yet. They haven't even made the walkout. We just wrapped up Jaron Ennis versus Karen Chukhasian, which went to distance, surprisingly so. A lot of movement there. Jaron Ennis, I don't want to say he had a difficult time, but it was more challenging for him to find his spot, to get offense off and land damaging shots and potentially get a stoppage. What I would also say is in the 9th round, I believe Ennis had Karen hurt. Karen was able to survive. Looked actually pretty good in the 12th round. It's just a learning experience for Jaron Ennis, in my opinion. He'll bounce back and be fine. I think he's still a good fighter, but I think we do need to pump the brakes on saying names like Bud Crawford or Errol Spence for him. Not to say that he can't win, but you have to look spectacular when you're saying those types of names. These guys go out here and put on pretty good shows consistently. So when you start to say those things, you got to make sure you operating from the appropriate position. Taj Gibson out here looking like fake Hector Luis Garcia. Shout out to my man Rasheed Wallace. He out here. He got the neck diaper on. Put that thing in your pocket, G. But the time is upon us. If you are just coming into the chat right now, perhaps you're in a position where you can't peep the fight. I got you covered. The main event is upon us. Gervonta Tank Davis takes on. Shout out to Vernon Davis. Gervonta Tank Davis takes on Hector Luis Garcia, WBA championship, regular belt on the line at 135 pounds. Garcia coming up from 130. This fight is the precursor to a potential bout with Ryan Garcia of Golden Boy. And we got to see how it plays out. This card, shout out to Brandon Lee. This card has been a bit unusual from an evaluation perspective. If I was having a conversation earlier in the chat with DH, but if you call this a showcase card, that means the name known guys, Ellis, Boots, Andrade, shout out to Russell. These guys come out and they need to look sensational, spectacular. They need to look like who we all think these guys are when we evaluate them as talent. Andrade, I think I appreciate the way that he fought, but I feel like he should have got my man either Nicholson. Shout out to Derek James in the crowd. Let's go. Rasheed Ellis fought a great fight for 5.5 rounds, then gave up the middle rounds, then got dropped twice in the 12th, and dropped a split decision, his first loss of his career. And then Drawn Ennis, like I mentioned before, kind of had the challenging waters he had to navigate against a fighter who had a boatload of movement and did not present an easy target to hit. Now that they've done the pan, we saw the celebrities in the crowd. We getting the wide shot right now. I'm going to take a moment to step away for this commercial, and we will be back for the main event. This is your boy JG. This is the Punch Report. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a second. Yep, we back. Hey, who's this performing though? My man got a purse with him. I wonder what's in there. Are they doing the national anthem? I don't have audio on. Is that the national anthem? This is the main event of the evening. Gervonta Tank Davis looks to take on Hector Luis Garcia. In our main event of the evening, let's go. Making his way to the ring. This is your boy JG. This is the Punch Report. It's been a hell of an evening. How long have we been on? 3 hours and 45 minutes of live streaming for the people. And we've arrived at our main event. And it looks like a packed house. It's crowded in there. It's filled out. Everyone's in their seats. My man Gervonta Davis making his way to the ring, looking like he's having a great time, doing his thing. I think I got a little pizza on my face or something. Full-blown crazy looking entourage on the way out. Hold on here. Let me see this. Gervonta Tank Davis has entered the ring. He looks good. He looks ready. He looks confident. He looks ready to put a body on his resume. The crowd is incredible. It's very, very full up there. Down in D.C., making his way to the ring. Gervonta Davis has arrived. Yeah, they're doing the pan shot, the overhead shot is sold out. I don't know if it's, excuse me, I'm sorry. I don't know if it's sold out, but what it does look is extremely full. Um, they're highlighting right now, the call team, that Hector Garcia is 5'5" and Gervonta's or 5'8" and Gervonta's 5'5", and there's 2-inch difference on their arm reach. Like that shit matters. He's not as big as Hector Garcia is not as big as Mario Barrios. He's not as big as Rolando Romero. He doesn't hit as hard as either one of them. But I understand that you have to do your obligatory, doubt seed, planting the seed of doubt. Like, oh, yeah, perhaps this guy can't get it done against Gervonta. Nah, not today, my friend. And we have the call coming up. If you are just joining me, this is your boy JG. This is the Punch Report. We've covered this entire card. If you just got in, hit the like button. It's free, doesn't cost you a thing. If you like what you see and you hear, check out some other stuff. You like that, hit me with a subscribe. Let's get into this bout. All the talk is over. The build-up is over. Gervonta Tank Davis, one of the best attractions, one of the biggest attractions in the sport of boxing today in entertainment, takes on Hector Luis Garcia. 135-pound title on the line, WBA record belt. Garcia coming up from 30 to challenge. He's 16 victories, 14 victories by way of knockout. His first time traveling north of 30, I believe. And here we are today. Dave Moretti, shout out to Dave Moretti, one of the officials who will be not officiating, excuse me, scoring and judging the bout. Shout out to my man Earl Brown. It's a wrap. I would say my heart is pounding, but it isn't. I just want to see the fight happen. My man, Mr. Jimmy Lennon Jr. What's he talking about? I'm going to turn it up for just a second. Oh, shoot. Let me tell you. He said it's showtime. They'll take the whole video off the internet. Come in, hit the like button. The combatants are in the ring. In case you don't know, the combatants are already in the ring. Hector Luis Garcia in the ring. Gervonta Tank Davis in the ring. I said he had 14 knockouts and 16 victories. That was wrong. 16 victories, 10 KOs. He has 3 no contests. I didn't know that. Hector Luis Garcia, like I mentioned before, champion, 130 pounds, coming up to 134 to challenge, 135 to challenge Gervonta Tank Davis for his regular WBA title. Is going down this evening. Hector Luis Garcia looks to be in good shape. That doesn't shock me. He's a consummate professional, Olympian, decorated amateur. Let's go. See, he had his people in the building supporting him, showing love. Gervonta Tank Davis, he needs no introduction. He looks good. He looks loose. He looks fluid. He looks happy to be there. I think he is ready for whatever. Weighed in at 134 ready pounds. So came in super good shape. Let's go. Let's go. He looks ready. He looks confident. He looks ready to do his thing. For those of you in the chat, just want to double check, make sure the audio is on point. It looks good on my end, but it never hurts to ask. Mouth guard in for Tank Davis. Moving to the center of the ring, giving the final instructions by Earl Brown. Everyone should be seated by this moment in time if you're in the building. Yeah, this is looking good. Let's go. Let's go. Round 1 is upon us. Oh, let me look at this. Boom. Yeah, my heart is elevated just a little bit, just a touch. And here we are, round 1. They take the center of the ring. Gervonta holding his ground. Hector Garcia just probing. Feint by Gervonta. Nothing happening too crazy. Just 2 guys trying to figure out what the other guys actually bring to the table. Interesting to see Gervonta Davis kind of take this position where he's not giving any ground whatsoever. Slight step back, but he's there trying to assess, all right, what do I really have in front of me in Garcia? They both look extremely fast, and that's a bit surprising me for Garcia. Obviously, it's a big fight. He's going to do what's necessary to prepare, but he looks pretty quick. Take some of the juice off of it. And this is Gervonta Tank Davis. You saw people 1 round, 2 round knockouts, and it could happen right here as I speak. However, he's a slow starter. He does take a little bit of time to digest the information and figure out what's going to be his best course of action, what's the best avenue for approach to get the job done. He's historically been a slow starter, even getting behind on the scorecards before ultimately stopping his opposition. We'll got to see how this one unfolds. Hector Garcia right now is being extremely patient, living behind the lead hand, explodes forward, catches Tank just a little bit. Tank gets out of the way by another shot whizzing past. Tank Davis, super high guard, good jab. He's just moving forward ever so slightly. He also looks very fast, very explosive, and just trying to figure out the best way to get on the inside against Hector Luis Garcia. Minute 13 left in this round. Not a lot has happened in this fight. A couple jabs exchanged. No heavy shots have been landed. No combinations have been thrown. Both guys are really staying in the center of the ring and trying to break the other one down, learn as much as they can without taking any real damage. 57 seconds left in this round. I think the only meaningful shot, even if it was only a little meaningful, was landed by Hector Garcia. Neither one of them is really pressing the gas. This is a coin flip round as of right now, right this second at 44 seconds in. 1-2 to the body by Tank Davis. Garcia moves back slightly, but as I said before, not enough has happened in this round to really break down or determine who won it. Tank Davis throws a jab to the body, slips out of the way. Garcia seems more than confident to stand in front. I think that's a terrible idea, but that's just my opinion. We'll have to see how this continues to play out. 15 seconds left in the round. Both men standing in the center of the ring. High guard still for Gervonta Davis. Low lead hand for Hector Luis Garcia, looking as if he's anticipating an opportunity to counter and get something off. Tank Davis just stays patient into the round one. 9-9. I don't even know if that's even a possibility, but that's how that roundabout shook out. Both men in the corner. And I see Davis' key to victory on the Showtime graphic there. And that first one is don't give rounds away. And this is what he's done. And he's been able to step on the gas and knock a guy out. But if that's not something that gets immediately, that you can identify immediately and make it readily available, then it can spell disaster. Now, the flip side of that is you don't want to rush. You know what you have at your disposal. You know you have a dynamite punch. And you know that you have really, really high-level boxing skills and ability. However, you do have to find the middle ground of taking risks, taking chances, and then putting yourself in a position to get your offense off. Round two is underway. More of the same from the first round. Garcia just probing with the lead hand. Tank Davis just waiting. They're both putting passive pressure on one another to see who will commit something so the other one could possibly counter the shots. Tank Davis just moving around rings, just circling. Hector Garcia just standing there, just floating a jab out there, nothing too meaningful. At some point in time, one of these individuals is going to have to open up to get the fight going. They're both being supremely cautious, and it's making for a non-eventful evening so far. But as mentioned before, Tank Davis slow starter. Hector Garcia can't be a dummy or he's leaving on his face. Tank's starting to let go just a little bit, just put some different things out there, using the jab, using the left hand, just seeing what might get home, what might draw a response, maybe get Hector to chase something in and counter him. He did that really well against Mario Barrios. Garcia seems very, very content to just live on the outside, try to jab, and not do too much. He really wants Tank to lead the dance so he can kind of steal here and there from a counter position. And he has a good step back left hand that he likes to land. Tank Davis kind of got caught on the glove, leaning to his right, pushed back by Garcia. Good. It looked like there was a little shot there that came in and straight a bit low on Davis, delivery from Garcia. 1-2. Nice, good, hard 1-2 from Garcia. He just stepped in. Tank closes the distance just a little bit. Garcia backing up against the ropes, but smartly. Backs up off the ropes. Exchange in the middle. Excuse me. Exchange in the middle between Garcia and Davis. The action's picking up a bit. I can definitely definitively say this is a Garcia round. Not super shocking. Another 1-2 by Garcia doesn't land. Then takes the right hand, goes to the body. Tank Davis just really operating with the high guard, just stepping to Garcia, just trying to figure out the best way to close the distance. Gets a jab off right there, lands on Garcia. Garcia is still fighting very well, confidently, just taking a step back, utilizing the jab, utilizing the significant 2-inch reach advantage that he has over Tank Davis. But he is getting closer to the ropes, eats a left hand at the end of that round. And this is essentially reminiscent to the Rolly Romero fight. You're seeing things happen, but what you also start to see is as time goes on, Tank Davis finds his range and he starts to land that left hand. And if he gets it from a lead perspective, the lead left hand, then it becomes very problematic to the opposition. And one of the fascinating things is with a Tank Davis, if it doesn't go super great right away, you check the internet and Tank's gonna lose this, and then like 4 seconds after the Tank panic, somebody's decapitated on the ground. But so far so good. Let's be generous. Let's say 1-1. I wonder what he's talking about. All right, round 3. Here we go. More of the same. Both men in the middle of the ring. Probing with the jab from Garcia. Davis just stepping forward. Not showing anything offensively, but just trying to close the distance and give himself an opportunity to land something meaningful. His jab looks good, looks fast. I would suggest he utilizes that some more and throw some feints in there. I think at this pace, at this rate, at this speed, with the output as low as it is for Tank Davis, which is not new, Hector Garcia is comfortable here. Good good left hand, right hand exchange. Garcia and Tank Davis. Tank Davis eats another straight left hand from Hector Garcia. Garcia threw the 1-2, missed the 2, stout in front, ate a jab for his troubles. He's feeling good, loose, and fluid. Good job by Tank Davis. Another very, very quiet round, minute 23 left in the round. Trading shots. There's definitely boxing going on right now at the highest level. Tank Davis is really measuring really well, not wasting shots. Good defensive showing there by Tank Davis, staying right in front, avoiding shots, and continue to put passive pressure on Hector Garcia. But he's got to be able to score shots because I'm leaning towards Garcia in this third round. Tank Davis starting a little too far outside. Eats a jab for his troubles. A lot of inactivity between both fighters. I would like to see if Tank can get something here late in this round to possibly steal it, because outside of that, he looks like he's guessing and he's on the outside looking in. That's round 3. I have 2 rounds to 1 for Hector Luis Garcia. I said this fight would go no more than 5, possibly 6 rounds. I can stand on that comfortably still. Tank Davis just needs time to get going is all. Ooh, punch in the back of his melon. Hector Garcia looks pretty calm in his corner, not wearing damage, not breathing heavily. They look good. But it's been a lot of inactivity. So if we standing around looking at each other in a high guard, then there's probably not a lot going on. Tank Davis has to figure out a way to get Garcia to open up more, to create opportunities for himself, or apply more pressure and just accept what comes with that. But just standing up with a high guard and just praying that he makes a mistake, I don't know if that's the best course of action. Both men in the middle, high guard again from Gervonta Tank Davis, probing lead hand from Hector Luis Garcia. No, neither fighter really committing to much of anything at this point. 225 left remaining in the fourth round of 12. Lead hook by Garcia, jab by Garcia. Tank Davis trying to slither his way in there, but not set anything up. Garcia right now is just giving a variety of looks, leaning one way, leaning another way, and then firing hard shots. But I think one thing that's abundantly clear, even from the jab perspective, Gervonta Davis has a lot of pop. Good exchange right there. I think Garcia got the better of that exchange, but Tank Davis is landing shots, and sometimes you gotta take to give, and Garcia's got to realize that's not the fight for him. I don't like it for Tank Davis, but what I would say is if I'm gonna bet on an exchange and someone getting flatlined, I'm definitely gonna feel very comfortable betting on Gervonta Tank Davis. Lead left hand by Tank Davis, jab, another left hand right there by Tank Davis. A missed right hand by Garcia, eats a 1-2. Davis is closing the distance, and now he's landing that left hand and opening up his shots and opportunities. This is round 4. Oh, my goodness, he cracks my man with a left hand. Garcia eats it well, but he ate a left hand, a nasty left hand. This is definitely, if nothing changes, the Tank Davis round. Oh, my God, a 1-1-2. Garcia over the top. I don't know what the hell he was doing. Oh, my God, he's getting countered now badly. Tank Davis countering. As soon as he started letting go and flashing his speed, it became a problem. Now Garcia looks confused, and Tank Davis is doing whatever he wants. Tank Davis eats one coming in. Okay, be smart, be responsible, be respectful. Body by Tank upstairs twice to the head with the left hand. Garcia trying to walk him down now and get some of that damage back. 16 seconds left in the round, so I can't see that happening. But right now, Tank Davis is trying to assert himself. This is the end of the 4th round. Nothing's going to change in the next 7 seconds. I gave it 2 rounds to 2. A good fight so far. A good fight. Wonderful adjustment there by Gervonta Tank Davis, ending the 4th round. Just committing to letting his hands go, closing the distance, and putting damage on Hector Luis Garcia. He was waiting so much, he wasn't giving himself a chance. He landed vicious body work, and he landed 2 shots upstairs after that subsequent body shot. And then after that, a 1-1-2, a 1-2, a straight 2. This is a straight 2 right here, right on the chin strap. If he can get a little more on that, then that's significant. And then another right hook lands beautifully. And that got Hector Luis Garcia's attention. You can't stand in exchange with Tank Davis, but he doesn't have a choice because Tank Davis is not going to give him a choice. Continue to put that pressure on him, active pressure, walk him down, and start letting his hands go. Once that happened, Hector Garcia stopped throwing punches. The flick jab, that little, the probing jab, that went away. Hector Garcia was getting hit with some shots that had him reconsidering his plan of attack. Moving into the 5th round, I have it 2 rounds to 2. The most definitive round being the 4th round, going to Tank Davis. Landed a lot of heavy shots, hurt Garcia in that round with a combination. And now we're back at square one again. Nice, a different defensive approach for Tank Davis. He's out of the high guard. He's more of the shell. Back to the high guard now. Garcia's just waiting. He's not really utilizing the probing jab. And we're probably trying to get Tank to commit more of his weight forward. But that means you're going to risk something for yourself. Good, believe it or not, good 2-1 by Tank. Probing jab by Tank Davis. Garcia's definitely switched up a bit from an activity perspective and how much weight he's committing forward on shots. Because at this point, he's really trying to live on the outside. Good jab by Davis. But he's getting hit with big shots by Davis, and everything's heavy. The lead hand, the backhand, they're both heavy shots. But Garcia's doing the best he can. Good shot roll by Tank Davis. Garcia does a good job stepping in and then smothering the work so he doesn't get countered too badly, because he's doing a good job of getting on the angle. Both men waiting in the middle. If I'm Tank Davis, if I'm in this corner, if I'm in the corner of Tank Davis, I'm saying, well, let's just go ahead and get a lead in the fight. Put on a show a little bit for the end of this 5th round. Don't take too many risks, but show your offense. I want him to get in there. I want him to show his offense. I want him to establish himself in this 5th round so we can start to build a lead and we don't have to be desperate for a knockout in round 11. He hurt him again with a left hand. Hector Luis Garcia, he's got to be careful. He's running right into that left hand on the exit. Tank Davis, 30 seconds left, walking Garcia down. And what you're going to end up seeing here is the Mike Via Rashidi Ellis effect, where Tank Davis is putting so much pressure. Even if there's periods of inactivity in the bout, he's winning the rounds without having to throw anything crazy or get knockdowns, because at this point, Hector Luis Garcia is just backing up and getting battered. He's still trying to, oh my goodness. He's looking all out of sorts. Tank Davis is putting damage on this dude now. That was a 1-2-3 combination. Good jab, steps back, circles the ropes. Hector Luis Garcia's got to get on his bike or move his feet or do something different, because he's starting to get hit very, very clean, very, very flush from shots by Gervonta Tank Davis. Damn, my bad. And Tank Davis is definitely trying to knock this dude out. No doubt about it. My man, Tank Davis, be talking to everybody in the building. He in a fight, he look over into the crowd like, don't you owe me $7? Like, damn, G. The corner looks comfortable. He looks comfortable. Woo. This is your boy, JG. This is the Punch Report. Please like, subscribe, hit that bell icon for notification. 6th round, Gervonta Tank Davis, Hector Luis Garcia. I have it 3 rounds to 2 for Tank Davis currently. Moving into this 6th round, his shots are starting to land. Hector Luis Garcia has been in a couple of positions where he's been hit with something big and had no response to it. Tank Davis is getting more and more comfortable as time goes on. He's finding his shots. He's landing them well. He's putting combinations together. It just takes both these combatants about a minute and a half of each round before they get in a position where they feel comfortable throwing shots. So here we are, 2 minutes, 22 seconds into this round. Remaining in this round. And there's not a lot happening. But as Tank Davis works his way in, he starts to use a higher variety of punches. Currently, his defensive stance is a modified version of the shell. Now he's back to the high guard. He's been caught off balance a couple times. Shots he's blocked pretty well that have still knocked him off balance. And Luis Garcia is not that big of a puncher. Hector Luis Garcia, excuse me. He's doing a better job boxing here. Not trying to hurt, but just trying to show something. Fighting kind of like an amateur style. Move your hands, touch, be first. He has a lot of pressure being put on him by Tank Davis right now, currently. Not a lot has happened in this 6th round, but like I said before, I have it 3 rounds to 2 for Tank Davis. Tank Davis is landing the heavier shots. He's getting his combinations going. He's starting to deploy the uppercut. And right now, Garcia can't seem to get himself out of the way. Good jab response by Hector Luis Garcia, just to stop the momentum a little bit of Tank Davis, who was trying anything and everything in that last sequence there. Good jab to the body by Tank Davis. Hector Luis Garcia eats a left hand, eats 2 right hand jabs, another jab. Tank Davis is stepping on the gas in the back half of this round to ensure, nice left hand by Tank Davis. Response to the body by Hector Luis Garcia, 2 shots to the body. Eats a jab, counter 1-2 off a jab off Tank Davis. Hector Garcia is really getting it going, but it might be too little too late for this round. Good body work again to Tank Davis via Hector Garcia. 3-4 to the body. Oh, that one went low. Oh, those both went low. So they trade low blows. Then Hector Garcia comes back upstairs with a good hook. Tank closes the distance, gets on a gorgeous angle, throws a body shot, steps around. Hector Luis Garcia answers with a jab. 1-1-2 from Tank Davis. Both men standing in the sit in the ring, really making it happen. 1-1-2 again from Tank Davis. 1-2 from Tank Davis. Jab to the body by Hector Luis Garcia. This, again, is another Tank Davis round. That puts him, in my book, 4 rounds to 2. But it's been an exciting fight and a compelling fight. My original prediction was 5, possibly 6 for a stoppage, and I feel like Hector Luis Garcia is primed for that stoppage as the shots continue to land for Tank Davis. Cleaner, more flush. If Tank Davis can get to his opportunities before a minute and a half left in the round, then I think he has a real opportunity to get a stoppage within the next 6 minutes. However, Hector Luis Garcia is doing a good enough job with his jab and his counter-punching to the body to keep Gervonta Tank Davis very, very honest. So we got to see how the rest of the fight plays out. This is your boy JG. This is the Punch Report. If you're here right now, hit the like button. Subscribe to the channel. We've been on live stream for 4 hours and 16 minutes. We've just been doing our thing. Gervonta Tank Davis moving into, I believe, the 7th round against Hector Luis Garcia. I had this fight ending by the 6th round. We've moved into the 7th. I'm still confident that Gervonta Tank Davis can get something done in spectacular fashion within the next 6 minutes. Both men move to the center of the ring. Jab from the hip from Hector Luis Garcia. Hip check, elbow. Watch the elbow for Garcia. Elbow Gervonta Davis right in his nose. Gervonta Davis coming in with the high guard. Step around left hook. One upstairs, one of the body by Hector Luis Garcia. Jab by Garcia. Tank Davis taking the same approach essentially as in every other round. Being slow, being patient, being methodical, waiting till you get under 2 minutes and then start doing some quality work. They have the fight scored for Garcia. Steve Farhood does by 1 round. I have Tank up 4 rounds to 2. So it'll be interesting to see how the judges see it. Excuse me, but I'm interested in that card. A 1 round lead for Hector Luis Garcia. Right now, Hector Luis Garcia is boxing beautifully, just moving away. And Tank Davis is having to be creative about how he's going to get his shots off. Gorgeous jab by Tank Davis. Just missed the uppercut, eats 2 shots to the body. That does Tank Davis. Beautiful catch, roll. Now they're just trading. Tank Davis. Right now, my man Hector Luis Garcia, he's like in zombie mode because he's getting hit with some big shots and just moving through it. That's not to say that he's not hurt, but he's just not going to show it. But he's feeling confident and comfortable. He's standing in front of Tank Davis, and he's taking his best shots and coming back. The shots aren't as meaningful, however. Tank Davis really tried to rip him with that uppercut. The 2 was there. He passed that up. Good jab, though. Jab response by Hector Luis Garcia. Tank Davis moving forward, trying to get inside, be there, and then be also in a position where he can get his shots off. And so he's kind of in conflict with himself where he can close a distance, but then is not in a position to punch. Gets off a 2 right there. Nasty right hook. Gorgeous combination puncher from Tank Davis. Another nasty left hand. Garcia tries to answer back to the body, but the prettier, more concise, more definitive shots are coming from Tank Davis currently. 39 seconds left in the 7th round. Hector Luis Garcia moving back at the end of this round again, kind of giving it away where he started off so strong in this round. Tank Davis has now poured it on. He's landed the cleaner, better shots, and he's applying that pressure. Good jab to the body, keep the hands honest. Good defense by Tank Davis as well. Stop in the middle, tuck that elbow, grab that ear, defend that body. Good roll off the shot. Don't reach for that. Just go ahead and slide that parry over. Tank Davis continues to move toward Hector Luis Garcia, who's jabbing to the body. Tank Davis, I think that's the end of the 7th round. Another good round. I would shade that towards Tank Davis for that work he did inside of a minute 30 down to 0-2. And they're taking a look at it now. Vicious right hand from Tank Davis. He eats a right hand for further troubles himself. Steps right back to Garcia. Now they're showing, the same shot. But I think one thing that's abundantly clear to me is that Luis Garcia feels as though that he should be in this position. And his corner's telling him, I don't have the audio, but the corner's saying, look, like, continue to invest in the body, score the body, slow the feet down, and give yourself an opportunity. If we're Tank Davis, if I'm in the corner, I said, can we just get started a little earlier? And the thing of it is, because Garcia is so busy with his jab right now, he gets to be first doing everything. This is actually turning into a fight right now. The corner advice for Hector Luis Garcia is just throw vicious shots to the body. Tank Davis turns it around. Oh, shit. Looks like there's something happening in the crowd at the event right now. People are running. They've paused the action of the bout. Cats are standing up. They're looking. We don't know what the hell is going on. Yo, what is going on at the fight right now? So they've stopped the fight. The crowd is looking. Is cats probably beefing? Yeah, some kind of altercation. The police are already in the crowd. That's crazy. We can't do nothing. We just gotta act up no matter what happens. That's why, hey, listen, if you guys didn't get pay-per-view, because nobody's about to come to my crib and act crazy. It's just me up in here and we chilling. We've stopped the fight because there was an altercation in the crowd. So currently, Gervonta Tank Davis, Hector Luis Garcia, good fight, compelling fight. We're at a standstill at the moment because there was seemingly an altercation in the crowd. They're showing, Steven Espinosa's right there. They got Gary Antoine. He was right there. And Gary Russell Jr. was right there. There's a whole crowd of folks leaving now. It's like a whole crowd of folks walking out of the fight. This is round 8 of 12, 208. They're going to resume action in the ring after there is a resolution to the altercation that took place outside of the ring. Tank Davis, Hector Luis Garcia get right back to it. Garcia just working the body, just really doing a good job working that body, getting to the body. Tank Davis has to make an adjustment, a necessary adjustment to make Hector Luis Garcia pay for the mistake of continue to go to that body. It's a mistake if he gets caught, but not a mistake tactically. It's a wonderful idea. Now they have it tied up on Steve Farhood's card. I don't. But this is a good, compelling round. Unless something different happens, this is a Garcia round for sure. Oh, he just got caught brutally on the chin strap, Garcia did. He got a chin, though, for real, for real. He's getting jabbed up. Garcia, he got the chin. I know Tank Davis is fast, but for a guy that's pretty sound fundamentally, like Hector Luis Garcia, you can't get out jabbed. 1-1-2 from Tank Davis. Looping uppercut. Now they're just trading shots in the middle of the ring. Tank Davis is unloading at this point. Oh, brutal shots exchanged in the middle of the ring. Tank Davis is now really letting his hands go. Hector Luis Garcia answering back. Good jab by Garcia. Tank Davis stepping in, closing the distance, but not using any lead hand work. But he's able to get there. Garcia looks like he almost goes down. Oh, my God, a brutal shot to the side of the head of Garcia. Tank Davis is walking him down 10 seconds in the round, and he's landing hellacious shots. Garcia's in a world of trouble, a whole world of trouble. He survives the round. Oh, gets dinged again. Tank Davis has really found his mark. That was looking like a Garcia round. Now he needs to figure out where his corner's at. Hector Luis Garcia felt that Tank power. He's got to try to convince his corner that he's good to go. This is your boy JG. This is the Punch Report. We are going into round 9. Hector Luis Garcia just got wobbled up a little bit by Gervonta Tank Davis. I don't know what happened in the crowd. For those of you who have just joined in, there was an altercation that took place in the crowd. They suspended the bout for a period of about 2 minutes in the 8th round at the 2:08-minute mark. And then they were able to get that going. But to the highlights, corkscrew left hand from Tank Davis, right on the chin strap, sets his feet. He tells Garcia, I got that all day. Garcia said, I'll wear that. Another left hand, rips Garcia the body, another left hand upstairs. Garcia tries to return fire with a right hand, glances off the forehead of Tank Davis. And this next sequence right here, uppercut just grazes, left hand doesn't, hurts Garcia, pushes him back into the ropes. And this is the beginning of the segment where he was looking crazy. They stopped the fight. Okay, guys, so the fight's over. They just stopped the fight. Not sure what the hell just happened. Because he got his brains beat in a little bit? Yo, what was that? Hey, is anybody still here? They just stopped the fight after the 8th round. Hector Luis got hurt at the end of the 8th round. Yo, what? Oh, I got to turn it up now because I got to know what happened. So I don't want to leave this on too long because I'll get dinged. But who else saw that though? So if you just hopped into the stream, Gervonta Tank Davis defeats Hector Luis Garcia at the end of the 8th round, retiring in the stool between the 9th round. He was hurt pretty good at the end of the 8th round. He wobbled up and looked a bit confused about where his corner was. I'm not sure what the conversation was that took place in that corner, but they made a decision as a team, or he himself, or whatever the case may be, that to continue wasn't in his best interest. He was wobbled up, but he was showing a good account of himself. That's interesting that the fight ended in that manner. Let me turn this up again. So just based on my observation to wrap this up, this has been your boy JG. For those of you who rock with me during the live stream, you guys are definitely super duper real. Appreciate my man DH coming through. Appreciate Kaz. Appreciate Deborah Brenda, excuse me, coming through and showing love in the chat. My final thoughts on this bout. Hector Luis Garcia. He came in. I think he fought up to his level. The fight essentially ended when Tank, at the end of the third round or midway through the third, Tank Davis really started letting his hands go. And when they started getting into the exchanges, the power difference was very, very evident. You'll see Tank get hit. Well, you see Garcia get hit and kind of slow down a little bit. At the end of the 8th round, Gervonta Tank Davis hurt Luis Garcia. And I guess at that point, they decided that, we'll retire on the stool. We don't need to see our fighter continue to get battered. But overall, it was the power and the speed of Gervonta Tank Davis that really sealed the deal for him in victory. Now, keep in mind, the 8th round was a little bizarre because there was an altercation in the crowd that resulted in a stoppage to the fight. And then there was a mass of individuals who were, I'm assuming, told to leave the arena. And that broke up the 8th round. And the end of the 8th round was Tank Davis pouring it on to Hector Luis Garcia, landing very heavy shots, mean intention shots at the end of the 8th, hurting Garcia. He had him on a little stanky leg action, almost went down, stayed up, and then retired on the stool. Shout out to him, though. But that does it for JG. This has been the Punch Report. I'm trying to see this. They got the video right here. And Garcia just said, I'm good. He said, I'm tired of getting socked up. This card was kind of weird. But shout out to you guys. We will do a video tomorrow, possibly a live stream, so I can just interact with you guys and see where you're at with what the hell happened this evening. But like I said before, this is your boy. This is your boy JG. This has been the Punch Report. Thank you for sticking with me. Hope you guys enjoyed the fights, enjoyed the live stream. If you catch it after the fact, you real, because it's long as hell. Just fast forward to the end. We out.